Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back with another live stream of Hearthstone. We're starting late tonight on Wednesday, November 28th. Insomnia, man. Just insomnia has been a big issue, and trying to get a sleep schedule slightly corrected. Here we have a 50 we can trade as far as daily quests, and we have a watch and learn, which I happen to know Loki and Tragic are both online, so I can just watch Loki, I guess, and we can get that done rather quickly, which is good because we have a ton of news and potentially not that many daily quests to do. And unfortunately I've just been suffering with, it's been probably an entire week, 5 to 7 days now, where it feels like a week at least. I've been awake for like 4 to 6 hours, and then I get to sleepy and sleep for 4 hours, and then I wake for another 4 to 6 hours, and then I sleep for like another 4 hours, and it just keeps going like that. And the problem is, it takes about an hour at least for me to wake up and be not groggy, and if I'm sleepy and actually do want to go to sleep, that's usually an hour or two. So there's these the fact that I just cannot get a consistent 2 sleep cycles back to back like most people do, which is you go to bed at 10, you wake up at 6 or something like that, where you're sleeping for 8 hours straight. The fact that that's not happening, the edges are getting nibbled at on every sleep cycle, taking more and more time. On top of that, all I've been doing for the past few days is programming this stupid macro, which at this point I'm going to have to abandon and just go back to doing it the old-fashioned way, which means that for the past 3 or 4 days that I've been programming it, that's been a waste. I've also realized that I need to go back to Borderlands 2 faster than I thought I did, and I only have like 3 days to schedule the 2:45 time slot. At the end of that 2:45 time slot, that's the end of that time slot. One of the things that kind of put a nail in the coffin of that time slot, for now at least, for probably the next year, the entirety of next year if I'm going to be honest, was I was watching a bunch of these YouTube creator studios, like videos that are made by YouTubers and project managers, and one of the people who is in charge at YouTube of helping big game streamers be successful, which honestly, nothing she's saying publicly was really that helpful. I don't think they know what they're doing. I mean, in general, I think that's just the case at YouTube. I don't think anybody knows what they're doing, and it's just this giant AI in the background that's the YouTube recommendation engine, and maybe there's some engineers that don't get on screen. They kind of know what's happening, but I think a lot of people at YouTube literally just are there paying lip service and don't know what they do. The best example of that is where they said, hey, we want your feedback for getting rid of annotations, and everybody obviously said, no, wait, you can't get rid of the annotations on the old videos. You've already stopped us from being able to use it on new videos, so that it's total BS, frankly. It's like the way that they've listed it here is like, annotations have been getting no love lately. It's like, you stopped at January or earlier. It's been over a year since you've let anybody use annotations at all. Like, every time you go to annotations, it says this is deprecated, you can't add any annotations. That your old annotations have been saved. Now they're saying, no, your old annotations are not saved. And sure, there have been some abusive videos that have try to use annotations to make you, if you click anywhere on the screen, to like pause it or skip forward. On desktop, which was the only place the annotations ever worked, you would get taken to some like website. But everybody else, like, that was properly using it, was using it, hey, this is my end screen, this is locked into video portions of my video where I'm saying click here to go get more information. They are literally shoving the awful card system down your throat, which the card system is just horrible. It's totally horrible. And that's inherently YouTube in nutshells. They create this new idea that might be a good idea or supplemental idea, and then they get rid of the better option that existed before they created the new idea. This is the YouTube Studio Beta also. It's not better than what we already have by any means. It's much worse. Or it's exactly the same, just looking different. So any of those videos that were choose your own adventure videos in particular, I know College Humor did one where like you had the what was it? Yeah, I think it was College Humor had a series of, is this a dog toy or is this a sex toy? And you clicked on your video on the a video to guess, and then by clicking on the annotation you went to the next video and they said you're right or you're wrong. That won't work anymore. It totally won't work. Like that entire video series that they made is that they put work into is now just gonna be broken. The good news is, I suppose, maybe. I don't think I use the annotations at all still. Like, as much as I'm complaining for YouTube just mishandling their own business, I can't remember ever really using them, except for perhaps some of my earliest videos before end screens were a thing. But that really shouldn't be too much of an issue. This is also a good argument that I probably made the right decision by not making an outro. Because had I made an outro a couple years ago with annotations, that wouldn't have worked. It wouldn't work now, so that's a sucky thing. To get back to my programming, my program on this macro to schedule videos is pretty solid. I will fully admit it. Ooh, legendary. So one would hope this is the legendary I need, but even if it isn't, I can, I guess, dust it and get a lot of dust. And if this was like a golden legendary, that'd be great. So yeah, I believe that is the legendary I need, which means let's dust this right now. Dust the rest. And apparently this is a new card. No, it isn't. And let's see. This is a new card. So if I come over here to Classic, what I want to see is how much dust it would cost to craft the rest. This is too expensive. Spending 400 here, 40 here is nothing. 40 here is nothing. 480. It's not too bad, but I'd have to craft 2 of these, so it would be I suppose it would be 800. because I have all the rest. Yeah, it would be pretty irresponsible. I'd love to jump the gun, really, and have a complete classic collection right now. But it would be irresponsible to spend 40 dust or 80 dust for 2 of these, 800 dust for 2 of these, 80 for 2 of these, and 80 for 2 of these. When I know I've been getting packs like crazy just by doing daily quests. Trades. Let's see. When does this come back? Oh, it's not come back. It's here. All right. I just need to win 2 victories. So yeah, my code is good. It runs properly on YouTube's scheduling video manager the way it should. The problem is the plugin, which got an update, so I'm having some hopes that maybe if I just leave this alone, it will get an update every month, and then every month I can try it again and see if that would potentially make it in a case where eventually it would work correctly. Because that's the problem, is it's the compiler. The compiler is not running the code consistently. It often crashes and locks up. Now, some of this has to do with the fact that, let's see. So we have to keep each other alive. This is that deck. Okay. So job done. Time waits for no one. Now, my code could use some work, certainly. It doesn't. I wasn't programming it to be a self-healing style of code where it checks if values are actually set and goes back to a specific point if the values aren't set, which would have been a phase 2, is that I would have gone in there and said, okay, is the date that it's supposed to come that I just typed into this form, is that date actually in that form? And that would have been a phase 2 into the code programming if I had more time. But the idea that I have any more time is ridiculous. It just kind of never is never going to happen at this point. Let's see.
Elune, guide my lance. Elune, guide my lance.
Oh. Was that a good one?
Folly.
Oops.
That was folly.
Yeah, we don't need that. And the compiler I'm using also, it's just not good. It really isn't. It seems like it's trying to make the programming stupidly easy by leaving out things that would actually make programming a lot more efficient and less prone to general typing errors. The thing there is, if I'm let's see. Yeah, if I'm having to type the same, if this value equals 1, if variable A equals 1, 20 times to confirm that, that's 20 opportunities to make a typing mistake and potentially have to scroll through 20 lines to confirm whether that typing mistake has happened or not. Suppose we can do that. Whereas if I could say, here is an array of variables, variable A, B, C, D, G, all the way to Z, then we could do 26 checks, and then I make a second line that says if this array of variables indexed at position 0, or which would be A, position 1, which would be B, all the way to position 25, which would be Z. Like, if any of those specific ones indexed equals 1, that's a much cleaner line of code. And then what you would do under that if is you would say index equals the index plus 1, or index plus plus, often in coding languages. So with 3 lines of code, you can do the same, 3 or 4, honestly. You can do the same as what you could do with, in this example, what would have been 26 lines of code or more. But there's kind of no way to do something like that using the compiler I'm talking about. Maybe could be done, but it would require doing a lot of extra
children fill the skies.
It would require a lot of extra work and a lot of dancing around it to find ways to make it work. And some things you straight up can't really do. The fact that it's missing a for command, the fact that it's missing a switch command, and like, I'm not asking particularly even for incredibly complicated things. The fact that it doesn't have it doesn't have things like functions, at least not in a realistic way. Alright, so I guess I could go ahead and just attack this one and play this, and I'm probably fine at that point. I don't think I'm gonna win here. I think that's enough talking about the code, because yeah, like I said, until that compiler updates and it runs smoother and it doesn't lock up, and it stops locking up in ways that I can't work around, because it does have the functionality to it does have the functionality to make
the great outdoors.
Let's see. Okay. Let's start getting rid of a bunch of these. I guess I need to kind of keep things on the field. I hadn't thought of that, but I suppose that is the case. Because if he's gonna do 10 damage at random, I need him to cast a bunch of spells. Alright, let's start covering the news because we've got a lot of news, and in all honesty, the last stream ended really badly with me just getting really tired. The good news is that's not going to happen. The bad news is we're going to run till midnight, almost certainly. Let's see. I need my opponent to cast spells. So let's, since last stream happened so badly, we're gonna just kind of go through games that probably we've already gone through before. So yeah, apologies if that turns out to be the case. Alright. See, I don't think you want to play this until you can guarantee. See, this would be 7 plus 4, which would be 11, plus 5, which would be 16, plus another 5, which would be, well, no, another 3. Yeah, this is nowhere close to playable. So we've got a game on Steam called School of the Dead Anastasia, which looks like Dark Screenshot Syndrome. This really just looks really bad as far as the animation style. Like, I get what the thumbnail is kind of going for, but when you excise this character that stands out like a sore thumb, you've got some really ugly backgrounds and a really ugly zombie creature here. And it looks like this is probably not much of a game, although this UI seems like they may have spent some effort on it. I suppose I could be generous here and see what this developer has made otherwise. It's a top-down twin-stick shooter game. They haven't made anything else for $5.99. That's just not good enough. Okay.
Jade Serpent guide you.
Alright, whenever a player casts a spell, put a copy of that in the...
Can't do that.
Let's see, I think this will work. Let's see.
Time waits for no one.
Nope, I lost, but I was gonna lose anyways. So yeah, School of the Dead Anastasia not coming to, not gonna make it. Well, let's try that again. The good news is now I kind of know what we're gonna be playing with. I assume I'm either gonna be the mage on one side or the druid on one side. This is gonna give me the druid again, so now I know exactly what I need to do. Which certainly that was something I didn't realize I needed to do to begin with. TechRaptor has an article, Kingdom Hearts 3 Amazon exclusive DLC announced. A Dawn Till Dusk Keyblade DLC. Seems to be it seems like it's just a Keyblade though. It doesn't seem like anything else. Alright, so if I play this and then this. Well, actually, I should have waited, shouldn't I? I could have been giving us key coins this whole time. That was stupid. I just screwed up on the first move. So, yeah, that's barely even an article, frankly. Amazon has an exclusive DLC. Exclusive DLC still sucks. I mean, nothing has changed. But I screwed it up. I'm gonna go ahead and concede and save us both some time. Like, we're not gonna win. Let's try that again. Just be more efficient here. Let's see. Tragic Master Co-op Brawl. Woot woot. I don't like it. Theoretically, this should be a better experience than playing Brawl for the real, usually, but I kinda isn't. It really kinda isn't. Alright, so I don't even really need this. I'd like to keep it, but I need the panda bear. Like, if I don't have the panda bear, I can't play the coin, and that means I basically can't play anything. Like, you would think two people cooperating would make for easy victories, but it doesn't when you're against a 95 health minion that is doing massive amounts of damage. We have a game on Steam called Snow Ash Island, which looks like a random assortment of like 2D assets. Like, when you look here and you look at this interface, and then you just see this dark screenshot, and then you just see like random, like top down. I guess this might be something trying to be like an XCOM with a stealth mechanic, but visually it's incredibly boring. Early access game, $14.99.
Time waits for no one.
That is not something of quality to my eye. That's what we're gonna run into. I'm almost certainly is a bunch of really bad games because I have so much to catch up on.
My eyes are open.
Gamma Sutra has a blog called Attentat, A-T-T-E-N-T-A-T 1942. The Long Road Towards German Release. This is like a game that is critical of the Nazi regime. It says Attentat is a historically accurate game about the atrocities of the Nazi regime in Czechoslovakia during the occupation by Third Reich. Right. As such, it contains Nazi symbols. Entering the German market with swastikas and without the official stamp could mean a lawsuit. So here's a game, like mini games, that has had trouble being sold in Germany. I didn't think it particularly meant a lawsuit as much as it meant like actual fines and potential going to jail. But yeah, it's a story we've all heard, certainly, though, if you're paying attention. The good news is most recently Germany has decided video games are art, and they are moving towards being less censored. In my opinion, as somebody from the United States, I think their law banning unconstitutional symbols and Nazi things was always designed, and I think even in private they probably admit this, it was always designed to help Germany kind of whitewash and forget about their being under Nazi control and being the government being the Nazis, more than it was about rejecting the Nazi ideology or the thought that Nazism would come back and take control again. I mean, there probably was some legitimate fear of that, but I imagine it wasn't anywhere realistic. But it has long since outlived its welcome and outlived its usefulness, and staying for video games only is kind of ridiculous. If anything, it now serves to only embolden people around the world to, as trolls and as young, stupid, impressionable youth, it emboldens people to some kids to embrace the Nazi symbol and ideology just because they want to be counterculture more than anything else. So yeah, it's not helpful now. It's probably a negative effect, and a game talking that is actually historically accurate that can teach something is always appreciated by me, at least. Alright, so we do this. We do this. Great. We do this, and we do this.
I'm ready to learn.
And what else do we need to do?
Time waits for no one.
Let's go ahead and end the turn here. Oh, I forgot about that.
My hand is full.
Oh, I hate you so much. So Lord Wakacho doesn't even work on this stupid battle. I forgot that they did that. That's such BS. So I gave him all these spells and he can do it once, but that's kind of it. Alright, moving on. Gamasutra has another article. Get a job. Insomniac Games is hiring a senior environmental technical artist. That's in Burbank, California, if you're interested. I still like naming these jobs, even though chances are nobody's ever gonna be in a position where they could actually do anything with it.
Ah, the great outdoors.
Draw cards, draw cards. Gamasutra has an article. Reggie Fils-Aimé. Nintendo makes 60% of its US revenue during the holiday season. I think there's a more recent article also that the Nintendo Switch is maybe now like the best-selling console ever. Like, has it actually beaten the Wii? Maybe. There's different ways that could have certainly happened. Though, like, there's actually quite a few different ways. Gain a mana crystal and play this, and then in the turn. Here I have the YouTube help. Discontinued annotations editor on May 2nd, 2017. So the article is the article that said, so it wasn't at the beginning of this year. I'm totally wrong. It was in May of last year. that they stopped letting you use the annotations edit. So the way they're phrasing it on the notification is the annotations haven't been getting much love lately. You freaking haven't let anybody use it for nearly 2 years. That's total BS. And I guess it was pretty obvious that once you were no longer allowed to add annotations that they were eventually going to get rid of it. But honestly, there was no reason to. Like, it feels like they're pretending like they're trying to make some massive, amazing changes to how YouTube videos run in the back end, and that they'd have all these new features and it would be amazing and be really, really different. But the honest truth is that nothing's gonna change. Videos are gonna play exactly the same. There won't be new features. It's not like playing a YouTube video has been this incredibly sluggish, clunky process anyways. Videos play just fine. Sure, maybe if you're trying to play a 4K video and you don't have a good video card, you're gonna slug there, but there's only a couple of 4K videos I've ever even seen on YouTube. Right. Give the other minions +2/+2. You can do that. We can do that. We can do that. We can do that. And we can do that. And we can do that. And see, I need to actually get rid of something, so let's go ahead and get rid of that. And I have to remember not to have
Time waits for no one.
Trouble?
let's go ahead and actually play this
Trouble?
and then do that. And then in the turn. And see, I think that potentially means I could probably win in the next turn if he does enough damage and I do enough damage.
Funnel cakes! Get your funnel cakes here!
On top of getting rid of annotations on YouTube, they're also getting rid of credits on your video. What it says, we're discontinuing video credits after January 31st, 2019. We're working on new features to let you tag other creators in your videos. You can still get credit for subtitle and closed caption contributions. As of November 26th, you can no longer create or edit video credits. Existing video credits will still be available. As of January 31st, 2019, existing video credits will be deleted. Now, to be fair, in this case, I don't think credits have ever been used, so it's probably not a big deal, but it kind of seems like that sucks. Still. Now if I play this, like, yeah, I can't do any more this turn. Yeah, if this guy attacks this side, he'll lose. So I kind of need him to heal himself, or he's got to do 30 damage.
Draw Frogzor! Frogzor!
I could have been getting spells like crazy. Heal yourself. You need 2 more health. Or at least summon some more minions.
Perhaps.
Yeah, creditors on a video. Let's see. There were things that were at the very bottom of the description, and frankly, nobody was saying it anyways. You could easily copy all the credits from videos that have credits into the bottom of a description on videos automatically, but it seems like they're not even going to do that favor. So if you were a person that used credits on any of your videos ever, now you manually are going to have to do that. That seems pretty ridiculous. And inherently it makes me wonder if the description as we know it is also going to be changed quite a bit in the next couple of years. Alright. So that's not enough to save me if he decides to attack. He's safe. Can I do 14 damage here? I think I can. Yeah, so let's just do this.
For master! No more you now you will pay!
Do that one. And that one.
I'm waiting for no one.
Alright, so we got a victory. Good. Wow, that jumped to the victory real fast. It didn't bother to show me an explosion or anything. Wow. Wonder why it did that. Today is Wednesday, so theoretically I don't even need to do the daily quest. But we've got extra time, so... Wow. Ooh. Wow, this is an amazingly good deck. I didn't know you could get this. So we have 2 regular cards, common or rares. We have 1 epic, and a legendary. And we know the legendary is going to dust. So we're going to be in a very nice position to build better decks once the next expansion happens. Like, these are old cards. This is an old card. This is an old card. And this is an old legendary. Wow. It seems like once I got all the legendaries, I suddenly was put into this other category. I mean, either this is just completely random, or Hearthstone basically screws new players. And as soon as you have all the legendaries of Classic, you get these massive bundle payouts of dust, which then puts you so far ahead of the curve. Like, have I just leveled up to a point? Like, I have 1,645 dust. This dissolve here is going to give me 610 more dust. I don't even think you could probably get much better than this. Is it possible to get 2 legendaries in a pack? Is it possible to get 5 epics or 3 epics? Is it possible to maybe get 2 rares? This is ridiculous. And so now I kind of have more than enough dust to get a complete collection on in the common cards, but I still would rather save that dust for some other stuff. Tragic Master says good luck on the pack, and then he said I knew it, one co-op brawl pack OP, smiley face. Yeah, I don't think it had anything to do with the Tavern Brawl giving us a pack. I think it had everything to do with the fact that I got all the legendaries in Classic. So when we just type in missing now. Let's go into crafting. Let's type missing correctly. My typing's not that bad, but my keyboard is to the left of me, so I'm typing one-handed. Like, so we're looking right now at standard cards. Where are we really as far as getting everything? We still have a ton of legendaries and a ton of epics. So even 2,255 dust, which is quite a lot, is not going to get me to the point where I have just a significant collection. There's still a lot of cards that I would love to have and love to be able to play. Hero replacement cards I think are still good. The what are these? Quest cards are still good, although as we are getting to the point where some of those cards might get a little bit older, getting them later on makes their value not be as good. And so Hearthstone, or whatever that website was that I used, and I'll have to find it and use it again, as far as recommending decks to build, will still probably tell me some other things. Like, this one is gold. I could disenchant this for 400 and then craft this for 400 just to get rid of a gold card, but I guess I chose not to do that. Here we have another gold that I could disenchant, and I have half a thought to disenchant the 2 gold cards and not make them. There's basically no common cards. Like, let's see. Rare. There are no rare cards. And then there's just a couple of common cards. So we could create and create. This is probably a waste of dust, but it does mean that we are just left with epics and legendaries to focus on as far as standard cards. And frankly, as far as wild cards, I'm not really playing wild anymore, frankly. Wild seems like it's passed me by. There are a lot of rare wild cards that I guess I would never get. The only thing I could think is maybe at some point in the future they could be collected. Now I guess what I'm looking at right now is not just wild cards though. I'm looking at all cards. So I'd have to type in missing and wild. There we go. And that doesn't even work. Okay. So that's not even a key phrase to use. How many pages are we as far as cards that we're missing? Because that was generally how I was working with this, is the idea of how many pages. 53 pages. I am very close to like a complete collection. It's just going to be really, really hard to get it without buying a bunch of packs. Which, you know, I've got a lot of dust for the next expansion, and I've got a lot of cards for the next expansion. I guess Unguru would be the next cards to go, and probably Frozen Throne. So that's a consideration too. The only thing I could think is if Hearthstone, and this would be a really smart move in my opinion if Hearthstone did do this, merged my Asian and European accounts and just squashed all those groups into the same player pool, and that allowed me to have just like an incredible amount of dust. That would get me ahead of most players, certainly, but it probably would not affect most people at all. We need a victory. Let's go back and play some Murlocs. It's been a long time since I've just played Murlocs. We've got a lot of news to cover still, though. Gamasutra has an obituary for Carolyn Inlow, E-N-L-O-W, one of Sierra Online's first female coders. I would say Sierra, if I'm recalling correctly, was the group that allowed like Rhianna Pratchett to do her series of King's Quest games. So seems like they were a pretty progressive company.
That's incredible.
Atari also was pretty progressive as far as the women's revolution, I suppose. Let's see. Let's start with this. Carolyn Inlow was a programmer and likely the first woman to work in the discipline at Sierra Online. Has passed away. She was 77. Inlow picked up programming at the age of 40 by enrolling in a class in a nearby college. According to an extensive Twitter thread on her legacy compiled by researcher Lane Nooney, in a profile published shortly before her death, Inlow recalled that an instructor initially barred her and then her husband, Bob Box, from taking the class due to their age, but the pair was eventually allowed to enroll after a show of persistence and a standout score on practice tests. So not only was there sexism in the old days, there was also ageism. And there still is a lot of ageism in the United States and around the world. Like, tons of it, tons of it. Nobody wants to hire anybody who's old. Which is kind of ridiculous because it's not like people want to keep their employees around very long anyway, so hiring a 70-year-old is probably just as well as hiring a 16-year-old. Let's see, how are we gonna do this? Let's adapt my Murlocs or summon Murlocs. Just do this. Let's see. Here's a quote. I just took to programming. If they told us to write one program, I'd write 3. A month before the class ended, Sierra Online, the computer video game company, moved up here and was basically just walked into their office. And we basically just walked into their offices asking for a job, and they hired us. Apparently, her and her husband worked as a team, which isn't a terrible thought, honestly, particularly for programming. It's not something you get these days, but man, if I had somebody who knew how I programmed, knew my weaknesses, and could subfix that and like act as an editor, and I could look at their code and know how they code, and we could work together, that would be amazing. Generally speaking, in programming, I think you often are having to deal with other people's code, and the other people's code always feels like it was written by somebody who had no idea what they're doing and is basically half insane because they'll just write things in crazy ways. And I know my own weaknesses, but I don't really have time to improve upon it. It's like I have a very bad habit of not commenting things, and which is terrible. And I have a very bad habit of not sticking to any kind of formatting standard. So I will just name things random things instead of saying all variables should start with a capital letter, or all labels should be all caps, or all functions should be all caps, or something like that. There's like no consistency at all in what I do. And I know there should be, but frankly I was literally just not taught well. As far as the focus of that in class, they didn't care. If the code worked, it worked. I wasn't in very good computer classes, frankly. I don't know what. Well, yeah, I really don't know why, but yeah, they weren't as good as they should have been. Standards have certainly changed too since I last took a computer class. And also, to be fair, I was in at least one computer class where the teacher didn't know anything about programming and was marking me down because I was misspelling words consistently. Not for a style and formatting reason, but for actual spelling. And there's a big difference there. Like, you can be a bad speller in programming as long as you're consistent. Maybe on a certain level that it shouldn't be that way, and you should work to improve on that. But it was pretty clear to me, at least at the time, maybe I was wrong, you know? Maybe this teacher, who happened to be the wife of the professor who who ran the entire department, maybe she really was trying to impart something, but it sure didn't seem like it, and she sure didn't seem like she knew anything about programming. And I did not want to deal with her for very long at all. And that was really discouraging. If she had been a better teacher and she had explained herself at all, maybe in retrospect I would have gone, oh, actually, I get what you're saying. I'll try and work on that. But that's not really what happened. Style choices make sense. Spelling, not so much. Kind of makes sense, but also there's such things as program editors. If you're working on very big code, those things can exist. They don't always exist, and quite often don't, but it's not unheard of for a person to act just as an editor and fix spelling mistakes and formatting mistakes and not even really look at the code at all. Man, I got on a side tangent there for no reason. Let's see. TechRaptor has an article. DC law firm launches a deceptive trade practice investigation for Fallout 76. I think there's now, at this point, 2 different avenues in which Fallout 76 can be, and Bethesda can be investigated. One of those is the fact that it seems like they're not giving refunds. Let's see, when people ask for refunds for Fallout 76, but also one of the collector's editions said it was going to come with a canvas bag, and it came with a nylon bag, and that's not what, it's not to the level of quality or what was promised. So an actual physical good has now also been misconstrued. And from what I had seen, Bethesda just said from what I had seen on that story, they said, well, we're not changing it. It's like, it was too expensive, we're just going to screw you and you get the nylon bag, even though we said it was going to be a canvas bag. Which, that's a very provable claim, whereas the claim for refunds on a digital service is going to be slightly more difficult of a claim. Let's see. Like, alright, well, I'm sorry, having a bit of a brain fart here as I'm looking at this article from TechRaptor. Yeah, they don't talk about the canvas bag in this TechRaptor article, but that will come about. I guess we're gonna just switch over to the next account, and we'll do that in the next recording. I'm actually going to break up recordings. That's going to be it for this recording. Stay tuned if you're watching live. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want to friend or follow me on any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below. And if you want to support me, links down below for Patreon or to gift me a game off my Steam wishlist. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.
Oh, you're just in time. It promises to be an explosive night.
Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back with another recording of Hearthstone. Today is Wednesday, November 28th, I believe. We started late, but we're on the European account, and so unless I run into some trouble, which I might with the Tavern Brawl, I should be able to get things done. I've been really bad about re-rolling things, so I probably could have gotten a 60 or higher here. So Shaman or Warlock, we won't get that in the Tavern Brawl. Druid class cards we might get done, and 2 victories we could probably get done. Meanwhile, we have a ton of news and games to look at because I cut Wednesday short, so let's just burn through this really fast. This Tavern Brawl, you either play as the mage or the druid, and you're playing against a minion.
Let the games begin.
Let's see, so this does not work for Lore Walker Cho, so I'm guessing I probably should play this at like the 10th mana turn when my opponent has 10 mana. So I don't really need that card. This is the one card you kind of want to keep, but I'm not 100% sure.
Job's done.
So, alright. We have a game on Steam called Bible Test. It looks low effort. I've decided a lot of these religious games seem to be just kind of manipulative and not done with any level of quality. And often they feel like troll games. Like, this just is not a good quiz/test game. because there kind of is no such thing as a good quiz or test game, with You Don't Know Jack being maybe an exception there. It's just not something that matters. People don't want quizzes or test games. If you want to make something based on religion, you probably are wasting your time, frankly. You run the risk of it being considered sacrilegious if you change even the smallest detail. The people who are highly religious in most religions tend not to want their kids to play video games anyways. Maybe if it was a cell phone game, like, you might find something there, but probably not even in that case. It's just a really bad realm to go down. With the exception of, I love how the Japanese cover the Christian religion, which is to say, hey, we love this iconology, but we really don't understand it at all, so, because we're mostly Shintoists and Buddhists, and we don't even really understand the difference between those two religions in most, for the most part in Japan. They kind of just do whatever they want and don't take it too seriously. I guess we'll play this. I don't think it's time to do this yet, no. So we'll just do that. So yeah, I love how Japanese anime in particular loves to take, like, iconography of the cross and basically it is just the cross, and that's kind of it, and then they usually don't do anything else. Neon Genesis Evangelion is a great example there. It takes a lot of, like, what would be more Kabbalah than what would be normal Christian religion, but there's definitely a lot of Christian religion references in Neon Genesis Evangelion, which it's interesting that I get to mention that because it's coming to Netflix with the End of Evangelion movie, the original TV series, and the End of Evangelion movie, and a movie called Death to True, I believe is the name, which I don't believe was Death and Rebirth, which is, like, I guess I could see if I could read it. Yeah.
Interesting.
So, yeah, I'm reading it off my shelf. As what I have is the original TV series on DVD, and then I have a movie called Death and Rebirth that you're supposed to watch before the End of Evangelion, according to my shelf ordering system. But that doesn't seem to be the movie that is going to be added there. So I imagine Death to True is a newer cut, because that's kind of what they're doing over and over again.
Pay attention, class.
Is they recut the movie and they remake the movie, and what is coming to Netflix is not the remakes of the remakes, which would be Evangelion 1.11, 2.22, and 3.33 or whatever, which that series has yet to be fully finished, because it's just a collection of movies. Okay. Let's do this. Give your opponent a mana crystal. And then end the turn. See, this guy needs to be healing me more, and he's not really doing it. No, I can only heal myself so much.
My winged children fill the skies.
So yeah, that's coming to Netflix. It's a great opportunity for people who haven't watched Neon Genesis Evangelion. If you're into anime, I'd say check it out. If you're, let's say, a 12-year-old and you've never seen any anime before, it might be a little depressing and over your head. So maybe start with some more light-hearted anime to start off with. Work your way up to one of the best and well-known animes to ever exist. I made the mistake of as like potentially the 4th or 5th anime series I ever watched was a series called Serial Experiments Lane, which oddly had the Blu-rays on sale during Black Friday. I thought about buying it, but it's hard to justify buying something you already have on DVD just because it's on Blu-ray, even if it is probably your most favorite one. But yeah, that was like the 5th series I ever watched, and it's super surreal and super complicated and contemplative. It makes you think. So watching something lighthearted and silly is going to be a better bet. Like, I think if you were to watch some of the Tenchimuro series, that would be better. The Almagaris series or the movie alone, oh my goodness, the OAV is probably a little mature. Let's see, or going with this a more simplistic fighting series,
Perhaps.
like Dragon Ball is a great example. Yeah, Dragon Ball is probably your best thing. Is go in there and watch Dragon Ball Z, and then if you like Dragon Ball Z, go back and watch the original Dragon Ball. Let's see.
Funnel cakes! Get your funnel cakes here! My eyes are open. Let's not get complacent.
It's in the churn. If he decides to do 10 damage to both, I lose. He didn't heal me enough. Had this person healed me once in this battle, we would have probably won. Speaking of Netflix and the anime, they're in the production of making a live-action Cowboy Bebop series. I don't see any reason why anybody who has seen the Bleach live-action series or the Death Note live-action series or known of the many Japanese live-action series for animes, like, if you have any experience at all with this, you know that this is not gonna turn out good. It'll be its own thing. It might be decent at best, but it probably won't be. And to get back to video games for a second, even the live-action Detective Pikachu movie is probably not going to be very good. And not something that people are going to enjoy or want to watch. Although, to be fair, for the Pokemon movies, if you consider all the Pokemon movies, you kind of only want to watch it once. I don't think there's a lot of them that are out there that'll make it worthwhile to go back and watch even like 10 years later. I might potentially watch the first Pokemon movie in the next couple decades again, but that's kind of it. Like, I have no interest in even, and I that's the only Pokemon movie I've even watched, so yeah, I have no interest. I also didn't watch the Pokemon cartoon series. I was a little too old for it when it came out, so that being said, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee looks really fun. And we'll get into some news. Apparently Nintendo's gonna let people stream now without Content ID copyrighting it. We'll see how that works. We'll see if they drop their claim on the E3 presentations of trailers. Because, like, that would certainly be groundbreaking if I could stream Nintendo games. I'm still not going to stream Nintendo games because A, I don't trust them to not reverse course again, and B, I am not set up for it. I would have to buy a Switch, I'd have to buy some way to capture the HDMI output from docked mode on a Switch, and that would shift me to covering console games, and I've committed so much money, like so much money to owning games on PC and having everything on Steam. It really doesn't make sense. Nintendo would still need to take that step and start releasing their games on PC and Steam for me to start covering it. But other streamers may move to Nintendo games, which probably wouldn't affect my channel much. Maybe it would leave me a few people who want to play PC only games. Maybe I'd get some more views from that. Maybe it wouldn't. Maybe everybody would just be so obsessed with Nintendo streamers and Nintendo games, people would stop watching my videos even more than they already do. Which, I don't know how you can go from 0 to less than 0, but if anybody can find a way, YouTube can. That was the thing I heard, though, is from a content manager. They're talking about how most video game people put out 2 videos a day, and I was doing a lot more. But I think, frankly, at this point, I'm gonna have to run back on that idea and reduce the number of videos that air starting next year, just because, like, I keep falling behind, frankly. Like, every winter comes around and I fall incredibly behind instead of catching up, which is exactly what I would like to have happen. At the beginning of this year, I wanted a major amount of buffer, and instead of having a major amount of buffer, I've lost all my buffer as far as videos that are pre-recorded. I got too ambitious. Ooh, let's give this guy spell damage +1. I guess I could do that. Can I? No, I can't, because there's no way he'll ever be on my side. This guy is not playing well. Again. This. And this. And return. Moving back to video game news instead of random talking, TechRaptor has an article. Amplitude Studios co-founder has launched Tactical Adventures. It's a new studio. Let's see. Its primary mission will be to bring the look and feel of tabletop role-playing game to your computer screens. Alright, well, we'll see what they actually have to offer when they actually have something to offer. But at the moment, that's kind of not really news. Somebody started a new studio, and bringing RPG games to the PC maybe will work one day, but a lot of people certainly have tried, and it hasn't worked yet.
Who knows what secrets will uncover?
Battle cries.
Funnel cakes! Get your funnel cakes here!
Gamasutra has an article, Get a Job, Petroglyphs Games is hiring a senior technical artist. That is in for rigging. That's in Las Vegas, Nevada. I didn't know that there was a Las Vegas video games company. Interesting. I kind of question maybe if I would enjoy working out of Las Vegas as a video games developer. There's definitely some issues of being in the middle of a desert, but that it might be a new thing. I would say the state of Nevada certainly could do better to focus on having more business that isn't just related with the gambling industry. Not that gambling is going anywhere, but it would be probably a little helpful to spread some things out. Alright, so I'm gonna play Mirror Entity in the hopes that he plays the 10 mana minion that lets him play all his minions for 1 mana. And then that'll let me play all my minions for 1 mana.
My winged children.
Alright, exactly what I was hoping for.
My winged children fill the skies.
Well, that sucked, but whatever. There's Leroy Jenkins. And what else do we want? Play this. Do I want to kill this guy, or no? Let's just leave him in case he decides to do a priority. So we now need to start healing this guy up. We've got a game on Steam called Shadow Wolf of Mysteries under the Crimson Moon Collector's Edition. It's a hidden object game from our friends Big Fish Games. Check out the entire Hidden Object Games franchise on Steam. Ooh, this seems new. Let's click on that. Like, what is this gonna do? No, this is a Big Fish Games only hidden object games. This does not include other developers that make hidden object games. This is gonna be abused. Whoever thought this was a good idea to let people do this should have thought more about it. This is gonna get abused really, really bad. Like, the way to see a hidden object games, if you want to see hidden object games, is to click the tab Hidden Objects, and then you browse this way, and then you have better options. Interesting that they would let somebody manipulate people that way.
Interesting.
Okay. What are we gonna do? We've got spells. So let's do this and this and this and this and this and let's go ahead and do that. And that. And that. Oh, I played poorly. I played really poorly there. Like I could have probably won had I played this first, because this would have doubled it and given me twice as much spell damage.
Well played.
Well, we won anyways. So, yeah, we got it done. That's good enough for me. I played poorly on that last step, but I'm not paying attention much. So I just opened the pack after I'd gotten all of the classic cards on my main account. Like, all of them. A full collection, I think. Or do I not have a full collection? No, it was after I got all the legendaries on the classic cards. I opened a pack that literally had an epic, a legendary, and 2 commons. So it feels like perhaps, like, with that one point of information, it feels like you might get heavily rewarded if you were to just get all of the legendaries on the classic pack, because you're going to constantly get more classic packs. So where are we from that perspective on the European? Because these accounts certainly are not as well full. Like, I'm missing a lot of epics, but I don't think that really matters. This would be 1600 dust. I only have 2500. This would be 1600 dust. It's going to be quite a while, I think, before I could afford to get all of these classic cards. But you kind of need the classic cards. These are the cards that get used in the meta decks over and over again, because they're cheaper, because they last longer, they kind of last forever. Yeah, there's a lot here, considerable amount. So when the next expansion happens, which I imagine can't be too far away, like, I don't think the next expansion is happening in January. I think it's happening in the next couple of weeks. 50 packs potentially are going to be, maybe we'll split it into maybe 35 packs of the new expansion versus 35 packs of classic cards. Like, because clearly I need more classic cards. Now we need a victory with Shaman and Warlock. And I didn't play any Druid cards there either, so let's see where we are here. Shaman, Token Shaman, or Zoo Warlock. Let's try Token Shaman. I don't think I've played that way. We have a tweet here from Blackbird Interactive. In celebration of the success of the NASA InSight probe on Mars, we've released Project Eagle for free on Steam. So let's see, apparently
For Doomhammer.
let's just look at what this is. We have a game here called Project Eagle, a 3D interactive Mars base. It doesn't look terrible. Actually looks pretty good. I wouldn't be surprised if it's pretty simplistic. It's a free game, so I'll put it on the wish list, I guess. Like, free to play. Doesn't seem like it has any in-game microtransactions. Not sure exactly how long you would actually play on this game. Seems like it's mostly positively reviewed. Mixed reviewed, maybe. So yeah, it's there. and I guess there's not too much else to really say there. Just, yeah. Speaking of games on Steam, we have Darksiders 3, which I've been saying for months now. My concern with Darksiders 3 is that THQ Nordic was not going to put enough time and energy and money into it to make it a really good game, and instead that they were focusing on just having a shorter let's see, a shorter, simplistic, mediocre game, and THQ Nordic was more focused on acquiring other companies and republishing other things. The fact that the Black Mirror remake came out and that wasn't very good probably was a good indication of that too. And so we're kind of left with this issue with Darksiders 3. I still want to play it, but a lot of that steam certainly is gone now, from what I've seen. It is mixed reviewed because it's kind of Dark Soulsy, it's kind of hardcore, it's not that open world. It does, for the most part, seem to go back to what the original game was, Darksiders 1. So if you're a big fan of Darksiders 2, I don't think you're going to find a lot here that you like. Like this horse character, for instance, dies early in the game because, according to Jim Sterling, because there's just like not really an open world to deal with. It's much more linear. Well, the first game was pretty linear too. It did have some open world sections. You're playing as Fury. You're trying to be the new leader of the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse. And so the Charred Council sends you on this quest to defeat the 7 deadly sins in human form. Honestly, like Giant Bomb's review, they had somebody review it that was definitely not that interested in the game either. So yeah, there's just a lot of mediocreness, it seems, with it. Seems like there might be some slight issues with it too. Maybe I could get a discount here. Like if I tried to buy this bundle on my account, since I already own the War Mastered Edition and the Definitive Edition, I might get like a 23% discount off of the game, off the Deluxe Edition, which would then still probably have it be too expensive. It doesn't seem like there's digital extras do include 2 paid DLCs that'll be released later. I'm gonna read some of these negative reviews so we can get an idea of just what the people who are actually paying for the game have to say. Let's see. Let's see. I need to zoom this up is what I need to do, so I can read it. I think my eyesight's getting worse. Let's see. Here's a not recommended review that says, "I'm so angry, I've never been this disappointed in a video game before today. I also have never asked Steam for a video game refund before today." So we have somebody who straight up refunded it. Let's see. Probably could have just won that right then. Let's see. This reviewer says Darksiders 1 and 2 are both masterpieces. They're really good. Let's see. Here's another negative one. Here's another not recommended review. I went into this game as a little Darksiders fan, played through 1 and 2 several times on pretty much every difficulty, and like all these are very, very long things. This is the Mass Effect Andromeda of Darksiders series, graphically amazing, but otherwise a complete mess that doesn't belong in this series. It's hindered by lackluster character progression, extremely poor combat mechanics, the inability to save your game manually, and the bad first impression due to glitchy as heck menus. Moral of the story, don't fix what ain't broken. The devs should have stuck with what worked in the first 2 games. And inherently, that was never what they wanted to do. Like, the whole idea of the Darksiders series was a kind of insane idea in the first place, because they had planned for 4 games to be 4 completely different styles of games, and they're sticking with that idea. It's just that there's been so much of a gap. They went from Darksiders 1 being a Zelda Ocarina of Time kind of clone to Darksiders 2 being a World of Warcraft clone, to the 3rd game being a Dark Souls clone. And they just did not have the budget and the polish here, and there really was no reason to rush this game out at all. Like, nobody was really expecting for there to be a Darksiders 3 to come out anytime soon. We can just play cards if we want to. Had it come out 4 more years from now and been a lot better of a game, I think more people would have been happy. And I don't know really how you fix this now with Darksiders 3. You can put out DLC, and maybe the DLC could change how the game inherently plays. You could put out patches. There's another not recommended here that says, in part, I loved and beat both Darksiders 1 and 2, and it didn't take the time to put in a good review. But I feel generally he's saying that he is negatively reviewing this one. Like, it's been 6 years since the last game. It could have been 10 years, frankly, in my opinion. I think you would have been better off waiting another 4 years and having a good. Like, I think the difficulty issue is a big issue. If they came out with a patch to start off with and just said, hey, we're going to put in an easy mode, and we're going to fix the fighting mechanics and the number of invincibility frames in the dodge, that would be very helpful. Putting out a patch to fix the bugs, absolutely necessary. But I still don't think you're gonna bring it much from a much above a mediocre game, and it's a very divisive game too, because amongst all these negative reviews, which I'm focusing on, there's a lot of positive reviews too. People that like it really do like it. It's just that people that don't like it really don't like it. Darksiders 2 is very much that case too. So I think a lot of people may very well have just been overhyped. There we go. Let's see. Yeah, we have a not recommended review that says, avoid if you're planning on playing this using a controller. The game camera doesn't automatically reset to behind your back when you move forward, so you always have to manually adjust it even in the middle of combat. As camera movement and combat are all using the right thumb, this game very rapidly becomes borderline unplayable. I can't speak to anything else because I gave up after an hour because of the camera is just so bad. Wow, that seems like that's a mistake. Like, that does not seem right at all. They're not recommended. Review says, God, I was so looking forward to this game, but the devs clearly didn't think about the player at any point. How do you mess up this bad? Weird mini controllers. You have to put the game on story mode to have a chance versus trash mobs. But if you take one hit and die, the tutorial doesn't exist to explain half of the stuff. And the compass is as useful as nipples on a man. Save your money and don't buy this unfinished piece of garbage. Yeah. And there is an argument to be said that the first Darksiders game was not playable on PC, so it like justifies the War Master Edition. The second Darksiders, I think, was pretty playable, so it didn't really justify the remake. They could have taken more time to release Darksiders 2 Remaster and bought themselves more time. And that's really what they probably should have done. That being said, I can't not put Darksiders 3 on my wish list. It's already on the wish list. Maybe I don't put it at the top. Maybe I'll cover it at some point in the future. A lot of it really just now boils down to all the Steam is, or half of the Steam has been removed as far as my interest in actually playing the game. The game now sits at 57% positive of 729 user reviews. That is incredibly low for video games in general. If we look at, say, Darksiders 2 Definitive Edition is 74% positive of 5,768 reviews, and let's see, apparently Gunfire Games was not even the developer of the War Master Edition, so I'll have to click on THQ Nordic in general.
I wonder.
And see, THQ Nordic has just been like putting out other games. Let's see, Black Mirror. Yeah, why did you put any money in a Black Mirror remake at all? Why wasn't that money in Darksiders 2? Like, this is just bad money management, which was what THQ was always making a mistake about anyways, was just terrible money management. So I'm trying to find Darksiders War Master Edition. It's on the third page. It came out November 29th, 2016. It would have made perfect sense to put out the War Master Edition and literally do no work more on the definitive edition of Darksiders 2 and just release that right now, just to buy yourself some time. 2 years after the re-release of just treat it as if you're basically let's see, can I get this?
Here, Stormy, Stormy.
Yep. Yeah, if you just treated it as if Darksiders 1, what the War Master Edition was the first release of Darksiders, and ignore the fact that the game had come out much earlier, you would have made a lot more sense. And yeah, Darksiders 1 is tagged by Vigil games, not Carnage games. Yeah, just bad management. Bad money management, bad production management. Like, I suppose it would be possible to just pull the game right now. I suppose you could pull that off and say, hey, we're gonna go back to the drawing board and we're going to we're gonna fix it and we're gonna re-release the game. Yeah, I suppose you could do that. You could just pull Darksiders 3 and re-release it with some more polish. The last game of note to do something like that was like Batman Arkham City, and I don't think it ever came out in even slight. It did come out in a slightly better series, but not by much. Let's stick with Token Shaman. I'm getting a little off topic here when I have so many games to talk about. But yeah, it's a real shame. That's all, I guess all you can really say. Darksiders 3 release date probably also is an indicator that it was going to be bad. Let's face it, now that we are rapidly approaching December, if any games come out now after Black Friday, they probably are going to be pretty bad. That's just how release dates work. And for as many games as came out in 2018, most of them had some kind of problem. Like, I'm not even gonna say a lot. Most of them had problems, and those problems very much were frustrating and not something that you would have wanted to see in the AAA games. So it's gonna make Game of the Year be rather hard, because the top one or two are probably going to be easy, and then things like Red Dead, after you fill in like Red Dead Redemption and Spider-Man into the top 10, you're going to have to struggle to find the number 3, 4, 5 through 10. Let's do this. Let's do this. And do this. This.
Job
done. Gamer Citra has an article. Leadership Shuffle sees IGDA board name a new chair and vice chair. So the International Game Developers Association has selected Vesa Rajasoja as the organization's new chair of the board. He must be like Eastern European by the name. Announced earlier today, Raja Soja will take over the role as the board chairman, while the former IGDA chairman David Seltzer remains on the board as chair emeritus. Raja Soja previously served as the organization's vice chair and is also a game consultant and developer based in Finland who helped foster IGDA Finland into a chapter with more than 1,700 members and 12 hubs. So, like, the IGDA is, to my remembering and understanding, the beginnings or the ideas of a union, but not really a union, between video game developers, if I'm even getting that much right. But more, it's just kind of like a social club where people, video game developers, meet and greet and effectively groupthink, which can be a problem. In addition, the current board member Emily Greer, who is the co-founder and CEO of Congregate, will fill in the role of vice chair. Lucien Parsons continues as treasurer, and Renee Gittins remains as secretary of the IGDA. So it doesn't even seem like it has a very big board there. It seems like five people. Next, we have a game on Steam called 3 Days in the Abyss, which looks like it's a simplistic game. I'm gonna have to zoom out again, won't I? Yeah, let's get that back down to that level. Let's see. Yep, nothing here. It looks like a top-down shooter type game. Boring as all get out.
For no one.
Next, we have a game on Steam called Experience Colorblindness, which, like, doesn't particularly. This looks slightly off on colors, but I'm not seeing anything here that seems too crazy. This too looks like it might be slightly off, but like I'm having okay. So this frankly looks like it's a VR game, and then it's just putting filters over some assets that have been flipped, and it doesn't feel like it's doing any kind of game.
I wonder.
It's, yeah, it seems pretty dumb, frankly.
There is little time.
Let's come back over here and play.
I wonder.
Yeah, I don't think Experience Colorblindness, it's a free game, so the price is right, but I don't think it needs to be on the follow list. Inherently, if you wanted to make a game where somebody was colorblind, maybe that'd be an interesting idea, but isn't that exactly what The Quiet Man was trying to do? And they did that like really badly. Really, really badly. Like, there definitely have been a few games where people are blind, and half of those seem good and half of them don't. But they usually, the good ones, take a more artistic perspective to it. It's not actually that you're blind, or even partially blind. And actually, I don't think there have been any games where you're partially blind. And I could see an idea where you are colorblind as the main character in a game, and that might play a role in like one level or so, but I think it would probably just be irritating, and you're going to have to very much stick to one of the many forms of colorblindness and play with that. You're not going to just give a bunch of filters that somewhat emulate what colorblindness is.
Shall we make a storm?
Alright. GameIndustry.biz has an article. Fortnite passes 200 million registered users. I don't think we need to say anything else about that article. Fortnite's popular. Let's see. GameIndustry.biz has an article. The National Video Game Museum bringing the past, present, and future of games to the wider public. The museum director Ian Simpson discusses fitting video games into the cultural context of Sheffield's rich industrial history. This is the UK museum, the video game, called the Video Game Museum, not several other video game museums that are out there. They all need better names, frankly. Calling yourself the National Video Game Museum but being a UK based means nothing to anybody who's not in the UK. It needs to be like the UK National Video Game Museum. That would make more sense. Keep playing. Next we have a game on Steam called RGB Run, which looks like it's an infinite runner using colors, and talk about color blindness being a slight problem there. Let's see, this seems like a pretty simplistic game, but I'd like to actually see it moving. So it's a memorization thing. Alright, so that I already hate this because the idea of having to memorize this and effectively play Simon is not interesting at all. And this is incredibly repetitive and incredibly simplistic. Sure, you have some slightly polished 3D corridors, but that's all you've got. And that's not enough. Right. Summon thing. 1-1 microbots. Let's see if we can clear off some of this. Next we have a game on Steam called Mystic Veil, which looks like it is some kind of card-based strategy game. Yeah, collectible card game maybe? No, not a collectible card game, a deck building card game. I guess all card games go to the fall list automatically because frankly you're just never going to be able to get an idea about how good a card game is until people review it. It's highly unlikely that Nomad Games, a company that I don't recognize, they made the digital version of Love Letter, so this is the developer that brings a bunch of real world like Warhammer games and board games on the Steam digital versions. So Mystic Veil, yeah. If it's based off something that's slightly well known, even though I don't recognize it.
Stormy.
I guess this is an elemental. So yeah, Mystic Veil will stay on the fall list. Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam called Stack'ems, which looks like it's a 3D Tetris game with a lot of different art background assets, which probably doesn't matter. But I will be generous and put this on the follow list just to see if maybe this 3D Tetris makes some sense. Feels like there's been another game that's very similar to this that came out recently, but I'm not so sure about that. I'm just trying desperately here to have as many people on the field that can attack at once and then play both of these. So yeah, I'll put Stack'ems on the follow list. We'll see what the reviews are. Oh man, he did Mechathune on me. Well, we need to play Druid cards, so let's switch over to that. Token Druid, play. Let's go. We have a game here called Loria that looks like a real-time strategy game. I don't think so, frankly. Like, it's a StarCraft, Warcraft clone. The idea would be interesting, but I cannot, for the life of me, believe that playing Loria would make sense when I could go back and play like Warcraft or StarCraft. And yeah, this is from a developer who's made nothing else. So I guess maybe I'll be generous here and put it on the follow list, but I seriously doubt I could justify playing that real-time strategy, this no-name real-time strategy, when I haven't covered so many others that could have been covered. Gamatsu has an article. Professor Layton and the Diabolical Box is coming to smartphones in December in Japan. So the Professor Layton series is still doing its thing. GameIndustry.biz has an article. Wargaming UK acquires Edge Case Games. The Fractured Space developer will be folded into the World of Tanks firm to work on a new free-to-play MMO. Yeah, if you liked World of Tanks or Fractured Space, I guess maybe there will be a new MMO out there that maybe is interesting. If you like those two games, which is kind of a big if. Next we have what seems like a pretty obvious troll game called Fight for the Gold 2. It looks like MS Paint level graphics. Is this Chinese? Yep. Traditional Chinese and Japanese. It's almost certainly a cheap Chinese knockoff game. I mean, I don't even know what it really is a knockoff of, per se. It's just bad. Like, very low effort game. Let's see. Let's go ahead and play that. I'm trying to play Druid cards, so I'll have to remind myself of that. Let's see, we already talked about this. We already talked about this. Why do I have so many duplicate tabs open? My plugin that stops duplicate tabs decided to start acting weirdly and differently. It updated apparently, and then they decided to make some kind of basic functionality changes to it, but I'm not super happy with their decisions.
For the wild. Job done.
Next we have a game on Steam called Asterix and Obelix XXL2. I'm fairly certain that there was an Asterix and Obelix 1, but I don't know if it made it onto my wish list. This is based on a more European comic strip, I believe. So let's see what this, like, it's from the developer who made one other game called White Knight, and this publisher who publishes some games I recognize. So I guess I'll put this on the follow list, but I need to do some research and figure out if Asterix and Obelix 1 is on Steam or if it came out as some kind of console game. I wouldn't be surprised if it's a console game. Looks like it might be an interesting, you know, kind of kid-friendly adventure style game.
The scourge will devour all.
Time waits for no one.
Was that a... Yeah, that was the druid card. So I've got druid cards to play. GameIndustry.biz has this article, and I don't want to get into a big rant on this, but Games Done Quick bans 2 runners over sexist, transphobic remarks that were, from what I hear, done in a private or semi-private Discord message and then screenshotted, and then the person who screenshotted it gave it to Games Done Quick. They said, well, there's not enough context here, and they weren't happy enough with that response, so then that person took those screenshots to Kotaku, which clearly Kotaku is going to try and push the idea that all video gamers, even when they're joking or trolling on their own private conversations, are actually toxic, sexist, transphobic people. There is definitely a bigger issue with Games Done Quick and kind of their oddly draconian rules, considering what they're doing is profiting very largely from people, streamers and gamers, who are basically volunteering their time. And if you do the research, which I'll just get wrong if I try to quote here, from what I've heard, Games Done Quick becomes employees of the charities that they're donating to, so they can say all of this goes to the charity, but actually then the charity is giving basically a kickback to the people running Games Done Quick, but not really the streamers or the commentators per se, where for as much money as Games Done Quick raises, it wouldn't be unreasonable to give at least free room and board and like a well, I wouldn't be surprised if a $250 for a day's work fee, or anywhere as high as $1,000. Like, I'm not saying that the Games Done Quick streamers should get like $10,000 each, but I could see just a flat, here's your presenter's fee, here's our acknowledgement that what you're doing is actually valuable and you're not just you shouldn't be working for free. Like, for as much money as the Done Quick series does, but they've had this problem of draconian rules and very much half of the speedrunners and streamers keep running into problems with them, to the point where I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing more a new series. There is already the Speedrunners Alliance, or the So there is the ESA, the European Speedrunners Association or Alliance. I'm not sure. But yeah, Games Done Quick is potentially going to micromanage itself and turn itself into this draconian state that nobody's going to want to go to it, and that's going to be a problem. So they've indefinitely banned 2 speedrunners. So I wouldn't be surprised. Maybe also that the indefinitely ban is actually only as long as a year or so, and then they'll just try to sneak them back in there. It gets to an issue certainly where if you're looking to be offended, you will find something to be offended. And it also gets to the issue that a lot of these gamers are not 100% all the time politically correct, and they shouldn't need to be, and they won't ever actually be. So give them a break. If they're saying something in private, just say, well, okay, that's a private conversation and it reflects poorly on them. It doesn't mean that we have to potentially fire them or not associate with people. This is the exact same argument that I guess I'm being a little two-faced here, come to think of it, that a lot of people used when like the Rihanna Price stuff happened, and people from arena.net were actively attacking the video game community and the fans. The difference there, I would say, is well, we kind of know for a fact that a lot of game developers and mainstream video game journalists have privately definitely attacked the fans and video game people, and nothing has happened to them. But when it's from the other side, there is a claim that they should lose their job. If we're going to be fair, the claim should be made from me and others that video game journalists, almost all of them, or a lot of them, everybody in the secret like Gamergate Video Game Pros chat message, all of them should have lost their jobs for what they said, but that didn't happen for sure. I think there's better reasons to also make that they should lose their job. But I, again, don't want to get into a big thing. Games Done Quick is going to either have to have a come to Jesus moment and say, look, we are just about raising money for charity. If anybody wants to raise money for charity, they're more than welcome to come on our thing. We're not about being picking winners and losers of the SJW Identity Politics Olympics. And we're not going to ban people who are trying to do a good thing, because that's literally what has happened here, is that you're saying these people in their private may have hate in their heart, which they probably don't. They're probably just trolls. But in their actual actions, they are actively doing good through charity. Like, why are you literally taking the opportunity to do good away from people who want to do good, whether they inherently are good or not? If we bring it to the Hitler thought, if Hitler at one point wanted to feed starving children or rescue several puppies, like, you should let him. I mean, if you're in power, you should be like, okay, well, he's done a lot of bad things. Maybe he could atone for some of those bad things with this good action. That really gets to the core of the stupidity, and there's no other word for it. Just the complete stupidity of this SJW perspective. That you're evil and you're evil forever. You can't be forgiven. You can't redeem yourself. You should just go die in a corner. And that's really where this is just going to get pushed to. If SJWs were ever given any power, it's literally going to be, oh, you said something sexist or transphobic. Off to the re-education camps. Off to the execution chamber. That's where their mentality goes. I'm not being hyperbolic. There's no way to redeem yourself, and without redemption, this is something that Judaism and Christianity specifically created and proselytized. Without redemption, there is no hope. There is no way for society to get better. There's no way for an individual to get better. So yeah, I'm getting into a rant about it, even though I said I don't want to. Speaking of redemption, TechRaptor has an article, the Nintendo's Creators Program ending as the company reverses course. An announcement has gone out regarding the Nintendo's Creators Program, ending very soon on the company's official Twitter. Details on the closure are expanded in a linked news post on the company's website.
For the wild.
Previously, Nintendo wouldn't really allow people to monetize videos on YouTube featuring any of their games. The Creators Program was first announced back in 2015, intended as a sort of middle ground solution for all involved and part of it. YouTubers would be able to monetize their videos by registering with the program, and Nintendo would get a portion of the revenue the YouTubers took in. So YouTube was taking their 30%. The Nintendo, I think, was taking 50% of what was left. So you were getting left like 35% of your money if you were doing the YouTubers program. Including the limitation on how much money you could actually make doing this. You also could only play certain games. It wasn't all Nintendo games. You also couldn't live stream eventually, because that was banned in 2017. And you also couldn't play anything but Nintendo games on your channel. So when this happened in 2015, you basically would have had to abandon your current channel, start a new YouTube channel just to play Nintendo games. It was really stupid Japanese copyright insanity. It's not even Japanese copyright, it's Nintendo copyright insanity. Although a lot of Japanese companies are as crazy as Nintendo was. The program is set to close by the end of December 2018. Any pending applications to the program won't be processed, and no new applications will be accepted. With the Nintendo Creators Program ending, YouTubers and other content creators, assumedly on other services, will be free to upload content featuring Nintendo's vast libraries of games. Which, inherently, that's what people were doing anyways, is they were just ignoring it and getting Content ID claimed and demonetized. And see, I'm not sure Twitch ever played ball with this, so I'm pretty sure you could have been playing Nintendo games on Twitch the whole time with very little oversight. Still just playing Druid cards, I guess. What else is there to say about this? The article goes on, that's not to say the company has completely lightened up on the idea. A new series of content guidelines have been released that will supplant the Creators Program and should be easier to follow overall. Let's see, I'll just open that. Inherently, there's also a issue where Nintendo just caused somebody's YouTube channel to get deleted by copyright striking leaked like audio from the next Smash Brothers game. So with one hand they give, with the other hand you take away. So I still wouldn't really feel, still really wouldn't feel safe playing Nintendo games too much. Not that you're particularly safe on YouTube anyways. Any random liar can potentially copyright strike your channel. The article continues, several of the restrictions are sensible enough and would get you demonetized by any company, not just Nintendo. YouTubers, live streamers, and the like won't be able to imply they're associated with Nintendo or outright sell their videos. You can't play pirated Nintendo games. One key restriction is the notation that you can't just show gameplay without additional commentary on your part, something that is viewed as a bit of a gray area when it comes to the video game content of this type. I think that is actually pretty fair. Honestly, I would like to see, as somebody who works hard to put commentary and criticism over all the content they're playing, they're making while playing 100% of the games, I don't think it's particularly fair to do blatant copyright infringement and just play the game and not have a microphone and not have a camera. I could see somebody who was mute even just miming and having a camera in front of them, and that would still be alright. But if you're just not adding anything at all, that kind of content doesn't need to be on anything. Nobody should be watching that. Nobody should be liking that. If people don't like what I'm saying, they can kind of mute me and they can just watch the video silently. That's what a lot of people do, but that's a choice on their part. That's not the content you're creating. When you're creating something, you need to add something. I don't think it's even much of a gray area. Of course, Nintendo also reserves the right to remove anything at any time outside of these guidelines. Lengthy FAQ has more comprehensive answers about Nintendo's Creators Program ending and the new rules that will place it. For now, it won't be long before they can make videos and streams based on Nintendo's stuff without much to worry about it. Basically wrote that entire article. See, and I imagine a lot of this boils down to Nintendo did not want to be in a situation where they were not getting really much money from the Creators Program, and potentially there could be somebody out there spewing offensive, disgusting hate speech type of stuff while playing a Nintendo game, and then that video gets money, and then that money also goes to Nintendo. That would look very bad. So they preemptively stopped that from blowing up in their face. Because that would have been the worst case scenario. And I could look over this FAQ. It's not incredibly long, but there's kind of no reason at the moment to look at it, since the rules would probably change again before I ever got around to even thinking about covering Nintendo games. And let's face it, I probably would be using an emulator if I was covering a game on PC from Nintendo, so that from that perspective, that might fall under their category of being a pirated game. Even if I had previously purchased the game. Like, it depends really. I would bet Nintendo would not consider it if I bought a Switch game and then individually ripped that Switch game to my hard drive and then played that on an emulator. I bet Nintendo would call that piracy anyways, even though it technically isn't. Moving on, we need to wrap up after this game too, I think. TechRaptor has article, Mage's Initiation Reign for the Elements has been announced for a January release. There's no real reason to talk about this game though until it actually is out. It's a Kickstarter game, and yeah, until it's out, it's unimportant. Okay, play this, and then play this. Nudge. And what do we have? I don't want to kill that one, so I'm gonna do this and this. Hit that, and it killed that.
Time waits for no one.
In the turn. Next we have a game on Steam called Akihabara Feel the Rhythm Remixed, which looks like it's a musical Tetris game where you have to... I've seen a game like this, and this is probably a clone of that game.
I wonder.
Well, the anime girl certainly is selling this game more than I think it would otherwise. This is probably a cheap clone, $7.99, but I'm willing to put it on the wish list and keep an eye on it, I suppose. Well, not the wish list, but I'll put it on the file list and we'll see what the reviews are. This first game was mixed, so it's probably not worth actually putting on the wish list, but I'll wait. I'll wait until probably the end of the year. I think we're gonna have to do an end of the year Steam wish list cleanup. Let's see, draw a card and draw another card, and
The
this.
light protects me.
And
The light
this.
protects me.
That and that. Next we have a game on Steam called Void, which looks like it's a simplistic puzzler platformer. I like the thumbnail, but I kind of hate this animation style here, and it looks really dark and looks really simplistic, and I think this animation style is pretty simplistic and pretty bad too. Yeah, this just doesn't look good enough quality. So yeah, this won't. Go ahead and close that. Just hit that.
Fight.
I could probably
For the wild.
have won this time, but I'll give it another turn. GameIndustry.biz says Nintendo is on track to miss 2 years sales target for the Switch, says analyst. Platform holders share price dropped down 33% from January peak. Interesting, because I had heard kind of the exact opposite. That the Switch was selling really, really good. Maybe I got some bad information, or maybe the analyst was just totally wrong. Alright, let's do this. Alright. I think we're fine to do this. And then just do that. I still think we have like a ton of news to do today, so I think, even though it's already midnight, I think what we're gonna have to do is we're gonna have to go 2 more hours. So it's 2 in the morning, late night stream on a Wednesday. Everybody's probably asleep. Anyways, this is the only way I could have done it to fix my insomnia, and I'm hoping we can adjust from this point, and by Friday I'll start not at 8 in the evening, but maybe 6, maybe 4, get back to 4 o'clock. That's going to be it for this recording. Stay tuned if you're watching live. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want to friend or follow me on any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below in the description box. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening. Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to another recording of Hearthstone. Today is Wednesday, November 28th, or at least it is for the next couple of minutes. It's about midnight and I started late and we've got a lot to do, so I need to get either, I could leave one of these over for Friday, but I need to get either 2 victories for a Shaman and Warlock or play Druid cards. I've been playing Druid, so I'm going to move over to Warlock, Zoo Warlock, and we'll see how that works. I still have a ton of news to do. I haven't gone to the Asian account at all. That's generally why I'm trying to do all of the daily quests and such today, is just to catch up. So the first article we have is from Game Sutra. Top voice actors sign on to help pre-read your game scripts for free. Let's see. Veteran voice actors Jennifer Hale, Sarah Almala, and Sissy Jones are spearheading a new help network program in Los Angeles that aims to offer game devs opportunities to hear their scripts performed during pre-production. So what I imagine this is, and this is just a guess, it's an opportunity for people who are in this program, those 3 people in particular, to read the scripts out loud to the game developers and publishers. Thus, the game developers and publishers fall in love with the way it sounds by those voice actors, and thus those voice actors get the job. This is a way in which voice actors who probably don't work as much as they would like to work, or I would argue maybe don't get paid enough when they do work, this is an opportunity for them to do something in their off time and thus continue to benefit. I didn't do that right at all. I should have played this first. But I guess I'll do this.
It's playtime.
And then I'll do this. Let's see. The article goes on. This new SWAT, SWAAT, Special Workshops and Actors Tactics, which you really wouldn't put the A in there. The original SWAT is like Special Weapons and Tactical and Advanced Tactics. So they've almost done the exact same reference.
Face the light.
Team is particularly notable not just for its high-end headliners, having worked from Mass Effect and Firewatch to Gone Home and Final Fantasy 15, but also the entry fee being free. Alright, so let's just go through this. You very possibly, I don't know who these voice actresses are. it doesn't seem like, yeah, there are any men in these three here. It seems like to me, if I was to guess, that you could have been in any of the Mass Effect games and they would have been either minor roles, or you could have been in Mass Effect Andromeda and done a bad role. I wouldn't be surprised if there were some bad roles also done done in the previous Mass Effect games. Firewatch, I could see how you maybe don't want to work with Campo Santo, which would now be Valve, particularly if you're in LA, and I don't think Valve is in LA. I think Valve is in Richmond, Washington. So, like, maybe Campo Santo moved. That might be the issue there. Or it could be that all three of these people have been secretly blacklisted, and they just know they either don't want to work for these companies before, or aren't going to get hired from these companies before. Again, Gone Home has basically 2 voice actors in them. They were good, I suppose. Final Fantasy 15. You're probably not... I didn't hear any real glowing rules on Final Fantasy 15 either. That being said, I'm being actually pretty critical on the voice actors, because it's hardly a case of any voice actors in video games being really, really great, with the exception of a few voice actors who become overused and then their voice becomes very, very recognizable. So let's continue with this. It really is up to you. You'd have to think about these voice actors and see if they're really offering anything useful by these specific voice actors reading them out loud. Let's see. Let's go ahead and re-roll several things. The article continues. However, there are some caveats. SWAT is offering 2-hour workshops, either in LA virtually or even with enough planning and funding on site to help you polish your game script, and they request no more than 2 table reads per project. So it's just basically a foot in the door idea. It's like we'll do 2 table reads, which probably is not enough. I wouldn't be surprised if over the course of several months there's like 4 or 5 table reads before you even start getting into recording. Let's see. The next paragraph. Also, you aren't allowed to record the actors' performances and require specific actors as members of the SWAT team, which includes a number of industrial professionals in addition to the 3 named above, are brought in on a base on their personal work schedule. So it really is a scheme to just give people something to do when there's nothing else, when they're not business. Obviously, if you like what you hear, the SWAT folks are hoping you decide to work with them and help to cast your game. You'll need to work with SAG-AFTRA to do so, since the performers are part of the union, but SWAT itself is not affiliated with SAG-AFTRA. I suppose the idea also here is that if you were making a video game and you were thinking about not voicing the characters, which there are definitely a lot of mid-tier and low-tier games that don't have any voice actors in it, something like this might push a couple of game developers into hiring voice actors. if they're thinking about that. It might also help developers of games get more funding from upper management if you can convince upper management to say, hey, let's bring in these guys and let you hear them. But this seems like it's not going to be very groundbreaking in the end. But it does give the voice actors something to do in their off time, which arguably, again, I would say it'd be better if they just got paid more so they could enjoy their own lives. But a lot of people, frankly, are workaholics and don't know what to do with themselves if they're not working.
Unleash me.
So, in the last recording, there was a GameIndustry.biz article that that said Nintendo was on track to not make its sales its sales goals. Well, contradicting this somewhat, Gamasutra has an article, Switch stars as Nintendo hits big holiday milestone in the US. Consumers in the United States spent over $250 million on Nintendo products from Thanksgiving through Cyber Monday, and the Switch was the star of the show. The result is that the... Let's see, how do I want to do this? Here. Here. And... here. That resulted in the console having its best selling week ever in the US and took lifetime Switch sales in the States to 8.2 million units. Still wasn't Hardwell bringing home the bacon sales of first-party games, including digital downloads, topped 1 million units during the period, rising by 78% year over year. The 3DS also chipped in with strong holiday sales, and the dedicated handheld now has an install base of 22 million consoles in the US alone. So yeah, seems like to me the Nintendo Switch was the game to get during Black Friday, which kind of makes sense. There wasn't anything else that was too good. You could get a refurbished Xbox 360 for free after rebate from GameStop. That was a pretty good deal. But this was the season for the Switch to sell, because next year probably a new Xbox or a new PlayStation, and I bet that's gonna suffer. The SNES Classic surpassed 2.5 million time and lifetime sales over the holidays, while the NES Classic eased past the 2 million sales mark. So the two Classic series also played a role. Overall, total US hardware sales for Thanksgiving through Cyber Monday increased 45% over the same period in 2017. And a big part of that certainly is just people aren't questioning whether the Switch is a success anymore. The Switch now feels like it's here to stay, and that is kind of that. Like, let's see, this.
Your magic shall not save you.
We're close here. Next, we have Artifact on Steam, the latest Valve game. Valve published a game, who would have guessed? Unfortunately, it's a pay-to-play card game that overall is negative coverage. So, at best, we're mixed reviews here. Card games, particularly this one, will stay on the fall list, but Artifact has seriously failed to come out with a big bang, and unless they did a major re-release where like they came out again and said, okay, now it's free to play and everybody's gonna get like 50 packs to play, and we've done a lot of polishing and made the game a lot more interesting, and it has these unique concepts that Hearthstone is not doing. Like, unless it can just magically overnight become a true Hearthstone replacement, I'm not gonna play it. And frankly, Artifact has this problem because it is too much a case of a complicated game, whereas I play Hearthstone it's because it's not complicated, because I can take time and look at the news and look at the video games that came out. If I can't take that breath in every turn, if I'm having to switch between 3 different play fields like you have to do in Artifact, that's not going to work for me. Next we have a game on Steam that's, I think, called Unbind. It looks like it's a Chinese cheap JRPG ripoff. Oh, I guess it's a JRPG, it's just a cheap one. Yeah, see, Japanese sometimes do make cheap games. Like, not widescreen. And yeah, it definitely doesn't look like it's that good. Doesn't particularly look like an RPG Maker game, so there's something to be said about that at least.
In the light's name.
Why do you call?
So yeah, that's not going to the follow list. Gamasutra has a feature called Ethics 101, Designing Morality in Games. This came out in 2010. I wonder why they republished it. Like, it's talking about Bioshock and Bioshock 2 and ethics, like the morality of killing or saving the little sisters, which was hardly a complicated choice. Guess we'll do this. Let's go ahead and just kill that guy. So yeah, there's no reason to reread an article. I hate when these news sites do that. Just, hey, we've got nothing to publish, so let's just publish something we've already published. Ugh. Good thing YouTube can't really do that. I mean, I could download a video and re-upload it, but nobody would be happy with that, including myself. I should have killed this. Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam called Secrets of the Past Dion. It says it's an educational puzzle game, but it looks like it's a kind of click-to-wait cell phone archaeology game. Yeah, it's a click-to-wait game. This would suck. It sucks on cell phones, the click-to-wait style gameplays. I imagine you would just unearth this one area and that is it. I bet this developer is planning on making several other games that are exactly the same. $3.99 for this game. Yeah. Yep. Let's play. Okay, let's do this right now.
Face the light.
Kill this one. Kill that one. Do that. Do that. So yeah, that game's not making it to the fall list. TechRaptor has an article. The Australian Loot Box Report recommends, quote, comprehensive review, end quote. So yeah, So yeah, the Australian loot box issue, loot boxes in Australia is not just going to disappear by itself, and it's not going to disappear probably in the European market either. The United States is so willing to screw over the consumer that they'll let it still happen, of course, but everywhere else in the world, including Japan, I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see some restrictions in Japan too for loot box, at least on paper. This is not gonna stop, so loot boxes need to go away, and any developer like EA that has built so much around the idea of loot boxes making them money needs to find a different business model fast. Really, really fast. Because it's not gonna last. No. A failure to pivot now, it should be pivoting right now, is going to cost EA, Ubisoft, I imagine a few others, Square Enix even. It's going to cost them a lot. Next we have a game on Steam called Ancient Tower. It's a tower defense game, and I kind of have no interest in playing a tower defense game usually. But this one looks kind of polished. So I'll put it on the follow list. We'll see if maybe this one has some different ideas or mentalities to it. In fairness, it looks like it's a cell phone port, and $9.99 is not worth it. But this is also a game that I imagine, give it a couple weeks and it will have enough reviews to tell me that it's not worth it, because that's where I'm leaning. But I want to wait. I want to actually see what people who buy the game say.
None will survive.
TechRaptor has a review for the game Remothered Tormented Fathers. The article is Remothered Tormented Fathers Review - A Twisted Experience. This is one of the games that was on my follow list, I believe, if not wish list, and it didn't have enough reviews, so I was waiting to see how it looked, because it kind of looks like a pretty good single A game, maybe double A game. 3D graphics. So they gave it a 77.5, which is actually very good.
Speak your peace.
And let's see, the summary is: despite its flaws, Remothered Tormented Fathers is a step in the right direction for survival horror. Horror fans should give this game a serious look. Pros genuinely tense atmosphere, soundtrack enhances horror, pleasing visuals, both breaks and embraces horror conventions. The cons are poor written translations, the dialogue and cutscenes is rushed, and it's a somewhat convoluted story. But I like that. I like that the review is telling me this game is kind of good, so... Well, I'm gonna double check to see that Remothered is on the wish list, and maybe even put it at the top of the wish list. Or near the top of the wish list. I don't know how well I'm gonna actually maintain that wish list. Probably not very much. Frankly, things at the first third of the wish list in ranked order are the games I really want to play, but there's really no sorting inside of that. I'm hardly going number one on the wish list is the number one game I want to play, although it probably is, because it's probably missed 3 and missed 4. But after that, number 4 is not inherently the 4th game I want to play. TechRaptor has an article, Where the Shadows Slumber review, Colorful Cliffs and Dark Depths. This is another game that was on my follow list at least. I wanted to see the reviews here. Why I'm putting faith in Tech Raptors reviews, I don't know, but I guess I am for the time being. I've yet to play a game that they've reviewed well and thought, no, that was way off the mark. Like, to be fair,
What a bother.
most mainstream video game journalists' reviews aren't incredibly horribly out of line with the general public. It's just that their opinions and their actions outside of giving a game a score and reviewing a game, purely reviewing a game, it is just offensive and SJWing crazy. To the point where you don't want to listen to them about anything. I particularly don't want to listen to them about anything because they're
What a bother.
their entire perspective on reality is skewed. For this game, though, they gave it an 8.0. Summary: where Shadow's Slumber combines intriguing puzzle gameplay with compelling, albeit strange, story backend by beautifully clean art. Pros are clever puzzles using shadow mechanics, beautiful level design, intriguing story and setting. Cons are minor bugs occasionally requiring restarts and little to no replayability. Replayability for me, since I have so many games, is not too much of an issue these days. In all honesty, it was never really much of an issue to me. Like, I always had more than enough games for the amount of time I had. Let's see. Gamatsu has an article, The Dark Pictures, Man of Medan, First Developer Diary. So this is a game that is being developed between publisher Bandai Namco and developer Supermassive Games. Let's see. That's a trailer, so let's see what this is. Now I know Supermassive, but I can't right now figure out what they made. And apparently the Dark Pictures Anthology is going to be like a series of scary anthological stories, non-connected stories. The game looks 3D, and you're on some like creepy ship. Basically what I'm seeing here is just some 3D renderings and some stills of the ship, but I'm not seeing any characters or any gameplay or anything so far. And of course somebody's talking while this is all happening, so that would probably make more sense if I didn't have the video muted.
For the wilds.
Didn't Supermassive Games make Braid? Not Braid, Bastion? I think Supermassive made Bastion, so if they're going from making Bastion to this hyper-realistic 3D rendering, that is quite the step up in the style of game that they're making. I'm seeing a character walking down the hall with a flashlight, and that's kind of it. Walking, I guess not walking down the hall as much as walking towards me. This game has a very Dying Light feel to it. I wouldn't be surprised if this is an idea, taking the idea of Dying Light and sprucing it up, or continuing with. Alright, so if I kill something right now, I could give everything else extra damage. Or I could have just waited. Should have just waited. Should have killed that though. That was pointless. Yeah, the diary thing didn't really show too much. The Dark Pictures Man of Medan is due out for the PS4, Xbox One, and PC in 2019. When it comes out, I'll be interested in it, but right now it kind of doesn't matter. Gamatsu has a article, Dragon Ball Fighter Z November 2018 update trailer. 2 of the 3 new updates are available today. Let's see. First update part is a Fighter Z tournament, which is a new online tournament mode featuring several new matchmaking rules culminating in a final 8-player bracket. The winners and runner-ups in each tournament receive special rewards and Z trophies, which players can then display on their new Z trophy room. Let's see. There's this. The second new feature is the Z Trophy Room, where rooms are unique to each player. Players will gain Z trophies that can be showcased in their Z Trophies room, as well as with their lobby avatars. More players can then visit Z Trophy rooms of others and invite their friends to show off their own collections. The third update is arriving December 5th, 2018, and will feature a variety of new festive-themed avatars and color variations characters, including Vegeta, Trunks, Tien, and Android 18. We'll have Santa Claus themed avatars with Krillin and Boo dressed as reindeers and snowman respectively, with new Christmas color sets featuring red, green, and gold. Will also be available for all characters. Okay, so never has there been a better time, I suppose, to get into Dragon Ball Fighter Z if you have any interest in getting into Dragon Ball Fighter Z. Yeah, I don't know how to do this.
For the wild.
Maybe it's to do that. Like, this guy's just getting more and more armor this whole time, saving himself. I didn't play well, clearly. Let's see. Although all I need to be doing is actually playing Druid cards, so I'm playing perfectly fine. TechRaptor has an article, She Remembered Caterpillars, an experience for the fungus among us. There's another game that was on the fall list or wish list. Let's see how they review this one. Ooh, they didn't give this one a score. Overall, She Remembered Caterpillars is a fun puzzle game with very interesting premise. If you told me I'd be having a good time playing a relaxing game about fungus, I probably wouldn't have believed you, but caterpillars go to show that hidden gems can be found in the unlikeliest places. It's kind of funny that TechRaptor people seem to not bother to give review scores half the time. I don't know how their system is designed at all. It seems like, if you want to give a score, you can give a score. If you don't want to give a score, then give a score. Which, I'm fine with that. That seems cool as an idea. But it's something they should explain better on every article. It should say at the bottom, like, we chose not to give this game a score. Moving on, we have a game on Steam called Sea Creatures, which is just a matching game. Standard, pretty low effort game. Nothing that actually you'd want to even pay 59 cents for. So, of course, that's not going to the list. And if you didn't have enough matching games in your life, you could also get Bird Memory, which almost certainly this is the same developer that before, yeah. Sea Creatures, Bird Memory, and several other very low effort games from this developer. Yep.
For the wilds.
Might as well just end this here. So I need to play 7 more Druid cards. Next we have a game on Steam called Actual Volleyball, which, while it seems like it might actually be volleyball, it's not anything super polished visually. If I'm going to play volleyball, it's probably going to be something like Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball. And not just because of the anime girls. Like, if you took that same game and put them all in regular clothing, like, if you put them even in very conservative clothing while playing volleyball, less than wearing like a full shirt and full, I guess, shorts. I don't know if you could really play volleyball in pants. Let's just say, yeah, full pants, full shorts, guys and girls, or just all guys playing volleyball, which is not realistic at all, because in the real world, in the Olympics, they are wearing at least slightly revealing clothing when playing volleyball. But even if they were fully covered up, I'd still want that 3D model aspect in volleyball. So like playing a 2D game on a very flat, like solid green grass with some 2D characters, this is just not what you want. You want 3D if you're going to play volleyball. And that's a big if in general. It's like, volleyball's not that complicated a game. If you want to play it, you should just go play it in real life. I think that's kind of true for a lot of sports games. Like, it's kind of odd that there are so many soccer and football games available for purchase when really you could just be out there playing for real. Alright, I'm gonna start with this and hope this guy doesn't kill him. Next we have a game on Steam called King Randall's Party, which is a 2D kind of tower defense style game. You build a wall, invaders come, you put up some defenses. It looks a lot like a Terraria ripoff with just a different gameplay mechanic, and it's not particularly interesting. $9.99. So yep. Let's play this.
The scourge will devour more.
And this. See, next turn I'm gonna try and play this and this, which should give me a lot. GameIndustry.biz has an article. THQ Nordic CEO responds to mixed Darksiders 3 reviews. Lars Wingefors, that's Wingefors, says he is, quote, really proud of the first new entry in the series since the previous publisher's collapse. This will certainly be interesting to read, so I'm going to spend more time reading this than I normally would. Let's see, there should be 2 more. Nope, I only got 4 out of that instead of 3. Interesting.
Hey,
catch!
That's still not too bad. The article states Darksiders has finally returned to the shelves, but has received a mixed reception from the media. The Apocalypse action adventure reviewed best on PC with a Metacritic score of 72, with the Xbox One just behind it, 71, and the PS4 version seems to have been divided, critics the most attaining an average score of 66. These scores are by no means bad, but in a quarter where any release is competing with Red Dead Redemption 2, Call of Duty Black Ops 4, Battlefield 5, haha, Assassin's Creed Odyssey, which has probably been forgotten at this point, and aggressive discounting from retailers, any publisher would no doubt hope for better from their big holiday release. They really screwed up.
I don't have enough
in my opinion. See, we're gonna have to do this, but then that won't work anyway, so let's just go and do
The
this.
light protects me.
And then this. This. And this. Let's see. But THQ Nordic CEO Lars Wingfors remains pleased with the final product and believes it is a testament to how the publisher is honoring the forebears' legacy. Personally, I think they could have released Darksiders 3 in a much better state as a much better game 2 years from now. Honestly, there was no rush to release Darksiders 3. No rush at all. But the promise we made was to deliver a game that the fans of the franchise and to deliver a game to the fans of the franchise. Well, I guess they accomplished that, but that's not much of a promise, frankly. We promised to deliver a game, so we delivered a game. Let's see. If I kill this one, that'll set me up to play this next turn.
I fight.
Let's see. So the end of the quote was, "And I'm really proud of it," he tells GameIndustry.biz. New quote, "I'm really proud of what we've been able to show you. I think the developer, Gunfire, has made an excellent game, and even my publishing team in Vienna has been working really hard to execute on this. All the marketing, all the behind-the-scenes things." They didn't end that quote. But then they started another quote, "Everything around the publishing of the Apocalypse Edition has been a logistics challenge. A lot of people have spent a lot of time over the past few months to make this happen." I assume the Apocalypse Edition is the version that has a bunch of minifigures in it. Like, that was... I saw some streamers talking about that and just how ridiculous that was. Or how ridiculous it looked.
I fight.
Alright, do we want to kill
Time waits for no
something?
one.
Do we want to wait? I think I can just wait. Addressing the reviews, he continued, "There are always a few people not enjoying this kind of product, but there are also people enjoying it. If we stick to our promise and deliver a product that the fans really enjoy, I think we'll be fine." Which I suppose is the right response. I mean, it's doing not very good on the Steam reviews, frankly, though. It's much lower than 70. It's closer. It's like 54%. Darksiders 3 is a significant release for THQ Nordic. It's the first time the publisher has produced a new entry in the franchise that from the previous incarnation of THQ, which is a statement in itself that they are literally just calling themselves the new incarnation of THQ, which we kind of knew that's how they felt about it, but I don't think they've said it out loud yet. So far, most releases from the plethora of IP Wingforce firm has acquired over the years have been remasters or re-releases. Well, the Black Mirror remake really wasn't a remaster re-releases, such as this year's Red Faction or Titan Quest outings. The CEO praised the team for producing a new Darksiders in a timely manner. I think the CEO is probably covering his own butt here because he probably didn't give him enough time, if I was to guess. Although was keen to rein in expectations that THQ Nordic would regularly pump out new titles from these past franchises. With Darksiders, we have been fairly quick, he says. It only took 5 years from the acquisition to actually bring out a sequel. Yeah, they should have gone 8. They should have gone 7. That's the time, like 5 years ago, Dark Souls would have been the big thing, and it certainly makes sense now why this feels like a Dark Souls game. That's the time band we're working on. Out of the more than 100 IPs we own, you shouldn't expect sequels from all of them because not all IPs are relevant anymore. In THQ Nordic's latest financial results, the publisher reported revenues having risen 1,403% year over year in the last quarter to $139.5 million, thanks in no small part to the acquisition of Koch Media and Deep Silver. The publisher also said it had 55 titles in development, although only 20 have been announced. And of those 55 titles right now, how many people are excited for any of them? If Darksiders 3 was not given the care and love it needed to be done, I kind of don't feel like any of the other previous games matter. Like, maybe they'll release something that would catch my attention, but right now, I think they should put on the brakes and fix Darksiders 3 and, like, do something majorly differently there. Put in an easy mode, fix all the bugs,
My greeting for the wild.
do something. Not really an article here that I have open, but somebody somewhere found a way to play the Microsoft Xbox accessibility controller on a Nintendo Switch. Basically, there's a Xbox controller to Switch adapter that you can get, I think on Amazon or online somewhere, where you plug in a standard Xbox controller into this adapter, and then on the other side you plug in the adapter into the Switch. It looks like you have to have a special, like, USB, maybe USB 3 to USB-C to micro USB or USB-A cord. So you'd have to do some research to figure out the right adapters and cords you needed, or one adapter or two adapters. But then if you just plug in the Microsoft accessibility controller, it returns itself in response and acts just like a regular Microsoft controller, so it's not really a big deal, or even much of a surprise that it would work. I actually saw somebody taking apart an Xbox One controller, and the headphone jack on the bottom of the controller is actually not soldered or stuck in place at all. It's designed so that if you yank it or shift it, it does not break the rest of the circuit board, which is an interesting design. Maybe not the right way to do it, but maybe exactly the right way to do it. But yeah, I was watching Ben Heckendorf, I believe is his name, convert a controller to be all right-handed. So for somebody who I assume has very limited or no use of their left hand. And so apparently he's figured out the whole system here. Next game we have on Steam, I can't show you, it's called Klondike and Girls. It's Klondike Solitaire with anime girls on the card faces. And it's tagged with nudity and sexual content. In all fairness, if you're into card games, playing solitaire and you want to look at anime girls at the same time, this isn't a terrible thought. It's $2.99 though, and it's pretty expensive. It's just Klondike Solitaire, so you really can't do too much there to make it a great game or to make it a terrible game. This is a card game that I would say it's right on the level of like the Hearthstone porn mod that exists. It's just like, oh yeah, you could play Hearthstone and look at some nudity if you wanted to. But there's, I suppose, also an argument about too much of a good thing, you know? Sometimes your porn time should be a special time. You shouldn't embrace a lifestyle in which you're always looking at naked people, because then it's going to be hard for you to realize how special that can be at times. But so yeah, I've seen some people certainly that have played solitaire like non-stop. Back in the day, before the internet was a big thing, that was the thing a lot of people who really didn't have any work to do were doing at their job, is they were just playing solitaire all day for 8 hours a day. If you're playing solitaire for 8 hours a day and you're looking at anime girls, you probably get bored of seeing the same pictures over and over again, but you might also very much get a little desensitized to it. Moving on, we have a game called Pranky Cat, which it looks like this is some... It's a little too generic of a game, frankly. It's not quite there, I don't think. So yeah. $1.79. I don't see anything there that should put that on the wish list. Next we have a game on Steam called Give Me Coins, which looks like a Super Meat Boy style of game where you're either trying to avoid coins or collect the coins. I think you're trying to collect the coins. But you have probably only a certain amount of time to do it. Seems like this guy is avoiding coins. Or maybe I'm misinterpreting what I think are coins as actually the enemies, and he's avoiding the enemies and collecting coins. Either way, this game doesn't look interesting enough, and it's one of these Super Meat Boy platformers that it's zoomed out too far, and it's not something I'd want to play anyways. Next we have a game called Dr. Chaplot's Nanobots, which looks like a Dr. Mario style match 3 style of game, although it's actually not Dr. Mario style. Maybe it's more of a puzzle game. I'll put this on the follow list. $7 seems way too expensive for what is clearly a cell phone port though. But I'll put it on the follow list and we'll see if people come back and decide that that is something that's worth covering. Let's see, can I do this now? I think I can. We're getting victories, but really all I was trying to do was play cards. And it's now 1 in the morning Central Time. We are done with the European account and we're moving over to the Asian account. The good news there, I suppose, is that theoretically that means, I don't know the time difference. Maybe that means something good, maybe it doesn't. Let's see, while we wait for that to load, we have a game on Steam called Emergency 2. Now, the idea of an emergency game, like there is this Japanese one that they won't bring outside of Japan called Disaster Report, and I'd like to play the Disaster Report series. It's not flat and 2D like this, but ignoring that, it's a real-time strategy game where you're acting as first responders, which that is a new idea certainly for a real-time strategy. So I'm going to put this on the follow list and we'll see if this developer has made anything else. Oh man. The only game that they have that's even slightly positive is called Emergency 20, but Emergency 2014 is mixed, and apparently Emergency 3 is already out, so they're just re-releasing the previous one, an Emergency Classic. Man, I like the concept. I hate the fact that it's badly reviewed. I was just about to put it on the follow list, but I might as well not do that. Emergency 4 Deluxe is also mixed. I'm looking at the Steam's recommendation engine, and that's when you know you're really desperate. That sucks. The idea sounded like a cool idea. Alright, so we have Paladin and Priest, Druid, a Rogue, a Warrior. I've got like tons of victories I would need to get. So let's close this one and then see if we can challenge a friend. And while we're challenging a friend, let's see if we can maybe get lucky and get a Druid victory via the Tavern Brawl. Let's see. Galgun 2, Gametsu has an article, Galgun 2 Virtual Reality DLC now available for PC. The Doki Doki VR add-on fine-tunes the game for virtual reality.
Let the games begin.
It's $6.99 US dollars. The Galgun series in particular is way overpriced with all its DLC. I'd love to play the main games and I'd love to have all the DLC, but they desperately need to put out a Game of the Year version that's a reasonable, like $60, not an insanely high, like $100+ This DLC, I suppose, doesn't really do anything for me anyways, though, because I'm almost certainly never going to get VR. To be fair, Galgun 2 might be one of the few games that would add up to enough of a reason to play in VR. But not alone. There'd have to be a lot of slightly interesting on-rail shooters or games with anime characters or games with sexual content of some sort. And yeah, just a lot of issues in general. Gametsu has another article, Super Neptunia RPG details skills and abilities. This is one of those we're gonna trickle information out, articles, as far as the next Neptunia game in the series. It doesn't look particularly interesting, it's just like showing menus, and that's it. So if I can wait till my battle cries double, that would be nice. Next we have a game on Steam called Blood Day. It looks like, well, it looks like it's a
Jade Serpent guide you.
slightly bad first-person shooter game, but maybe I'm feeling a little generous. Like, so I'm willing to probably keep this on the follow list until we see some reviews. $1.99 is not asking a lot in the first place. Not that I would want to play a bad game even at $1.99. Yeah, I'll wait till somebody reviews this and then we'll get to that. I have like no... We're looking for doubling battle cries. And we don't have that. See, this guy is playing way too fast, and he's not playing the long game, and so we're probably not going to win.
Nature will rise against you.
I don't know why he's threatening me. We're working together. Yeah, this guy sucks. That guy totally sucked. Next we have a game on Steam called Archaeology X, which is oddly the second archaeology game that we've seen. If this didn't look like it was just mostly a random desert and dust asset flip, the idea when I saw that book with notes sounded interesting. And the idea of walking around different environments looking for things in almost this giant Minecraft style self-generating world is an interesting idea. Like, if you're not able to just randomly dig somewhere and get something good, that would be cool. But yeah, this game is not to the level of quality where I could put it on the follow list. It's too much of an asset flip game. The developers made a couple other games that have been negatively reviewed also, and nothing that's been mixed or positive reviewed. Next we have a game on Steam called Origin of Decay, which looks like a zombie horror game in the subways. It doesn't look terrible. Looks a lot like Dying Light. I think this game I was going to put on the follow list anyways from Wednesday, but honestly Wednesday went so badly for me I just was falling asleep like crazy. Yeah, Origin of Decay actually looks pretty good. Like, I don't remember anything I said at all. Like, just straight up. So,
Time waits for no one.
so if this was going on the follow list, it'll go on the follow list again. Next we have a game on Steam called Noise Inno CE, which I assume is just nice being mispronounced. Yeah, this has a little bit of polish to it, so I do want to put this on the follow list. This could be nothing, or it could just play very badly, certainly. But a platformer, hack and slash, kind of beat 'em up game doesn't sound horrible. Seems like this character is just always making a sound effect. Okay. I'm trying to find reasons to either double but I'm not there yet. So yeah, Noise will be on the follow list. Next we have a game on Steam called Cardcore, which looks like a card game. I think I was going to put this on the follow list, but I think we could probably decide. Well, it's a free-to-play game. I'll put this on the follow list, but almost certainly it's not going to make it to the wish list. It's just going to be ignored amongst far too many other yeah, like far too many other games. Card games in particular. I really don't like the sound effect that this card is making. Next we have this game called Heart Chain Kitty, which I can not tell what it is at all. It says it's a 3D platformer. And none of the videos want to load. $12.74. Yeah, it looks like it might be a kid's game, like a fun 3D platformer, so I'll wait, put it on the follow list, see what the reviews say. Come back over here. There's like specifically two cards that I'm looking for. I'm looking for the Panda Bear, and I'm looking for the legendary that would allow me to double my battle cries. And yeah, I'm not seeing either one of those. The good news is, I think if I kind of rush here, we could potentially wrap up. And we'll just go a little long in this last recording, and so we don't have to make a fourth recording, which is good because, like, probably nobody's watching right now anyways. It's the middle of the night. My insomnia, and I really don't even want to get into it, but it certainly has been a factor. Right. This.
That's incredible.
And in return. Next we have a game called Toy Road Constructor. If it is just the toy roads being constructed, though, I think there have been better games out there. And yeah, I don't think that there's enough of a game here as the idea. Like, this is a slightly interesting gimmick for about 5 minutes, but the rough animation style on the cars, the lack of variety in the cars, and if all you're really doing is just constructing a few jumps and such, yeah, that doesn't feel like that's $4.19 of value. Right. Each spell cost, next turn cost that.
The mighty Millhouse Metastorm. Prepare to face the mighty Millhouse Metastorm.
Okay. That should be good. I'm trying to win here. Next we have a game on Steam called Mr. Maze from Screen 7. In all honesty, I wouldn't give this game the time of day because it looks very rough if it weren't for the fact that it was from Screen 7, the publisher, I believe, of the Cat Lady. I don't think it's the developer, the cat lady, though, and Downfall and Lorelei when it comes out. But Screen 7 kind of has this special place in my heart, but the graphics do look pretty bad. So maybe they could polish that a little bit before it comes out in December? Maybe? It says it's a walking simulator adventure game. Yeah, I could definitely buy that. Alright, so what do I want to do? Let's just play this.
My winged children fill the skies. My winged children fill the skies.
And let's go ahead and do that.
I'm waiting for no one.
So this guy still has a lot of life left. There's a lot more that needs to be done before we win.
Sometimes I forget things. My eyes are open.
See, he just made a mistake and he's going to have to kill something. If he fills his entire field, this guy will kill everything on his side.
I've been inside that thing for months.
Yeah, he just screwed up terribly. See this, and this,
Guide my lands.
and then that's the best I can do. So we have a game on Steam called Curfew, which looks like it's a platform jumper style of game. Look at these screenshots. It doesn't look good enough. It looks more of an asset flip than it should. Looks kind of random in its assets too. So yeah, this art doesn't look very good. Looks like this was cut out of a picture and made in MS Paint or something. So yeah, okay. I can play this, I suppose. That's kind of all I can do. And this. And he screwed me again. My opponent here not playing well, so I'm getting screwed over because of that.
For a loon.
I'm waiting for no one.
Like, this guy is almost certainly going to
The great outdoors.
he's almost certainly going to attack me or him, and we'll lose. Okay, this might help a little bit. Okay. Play this. Play this. Excess mana, perhaps? To draw a card. Spells. This might cause him to destroy Lorewalker Cho instead. Kinda don't have anything else I can do. So now if he attacks both heroes, he'll definitely win. Let's see, next we have a game on Steam called Detective Escape 1. Looks like it's more of a adventure, simplistic style of game. Seems a little random in its art style compared to like this background or even the background here. Yeah, it just does not have enough polish, frankly, to deserve to be on the wish list. I could restore 5 health, that would not save me in any way. Let's go ahead and draw a card. Let's see. Do I want to do anything? Not particularly. He protected himself and allowed me to die. And yeah, you're just not gonna survive. You're not gonna win this tavern brawl if there's no cooperation. Next we have a game on Steam called Moneymaker, which seems like it's kind of a generic walking around
Let the games begin.
asset flip game. Like, what is this really? We got to this point. It does seem like you're just walking around. I'm gonna continue to watch this game and video and see what it is. There we go. Yeah, I have no idea what this game Moneymaker is, but I can pretty much tell you it's not a good game.
I agree.
Seems just like an insanity asset flip, merging of random assets. Next we have a game on Steam called Royal Roads, which is a real-time strategy game. I kind of like this art aspect if this was full screen, but this is probably just a cutscene and you're going to spend 90% of your time looking at this resource management game. If this was a cell phone game, I'd probably play it, but as a Steam game, it's not something that I'm interested in. Gametsu has an article. Hana Sakai Work Spring for the PS4 will feature the same content as the PS Vita. The PlayStation 4 version of the romance visual novel Hana Sakai Work Spring, due out November 22nd, will not have any differences from the April 2017 release PS Vita version, publisher Intergram said in a tweet. This is of course concerning the concern of censorship that started to happen in the case of let's see, in the case of PlayStation is what I'm trying to say, yeah. And they tweeted out a picture, but for comparison, but the picture they tweeted out is of an anime girl who admittedly might be a little bit shorter and then assumed to be a little bit younger because she's a little bit shorter, which inherently that is a whole conversation to have, is that just because somebody's short doesn't mean they're young, particularly when you're talking about anime characters who aren't real in the first place and don't have to follow any kind of realm of reality as far as what a growth spurt looks like or what height means or indicates. But this anime girl, she's walking, hopping, and her skirt's slightly flipped up so you can see the back of her thighs, and that's pretty much it. Maybe there's for maybe a couple pixels you're seeing some underwear, pantsuit as it is, but that's it. Oh man. That guy was not patient enough for me, so that one may have been my fault. But this is hardly one of the instances that had been censored before anyways. Like, they were censoring instances of people in bikinis, so unless there's a bikini scene in the game, that should have been the comparison video. So it almost feels like the creator is straight up lying, but one would assume you wouldn't want to do that. But they might be being slightly deceptive. It could be the PS Vita version was censored in the first place, so they had already done their censorship. Gematsu has another article. Atlas responds to concern over Sony's regulations affecting Catherine full body updated. Let's see what the update is, because update. It should be. Let's see. Seems to be some translation error that they updated.
I'm waiting for no one.
Let's see. So here's the update question. The scenes in the trailers won't get hidden by mysterious lights, will they? Answer. As for mysterious lights being in Catherine full body. ... Question. Are there any regulations that warranted the PlayStation 3 version being put in? That the only thing I'm that's the only thing I'm a bit worried about. They are ... Oh, I guess the update is not answering the full response, so I'm gonna have to come around.
Time waits for no one.
Guide my lands.
Alright, so there are no mysterious lights in Catherine full body. We went as far as we could without we could go without the light shining. To everyone worried about that, we love you. We received about 10 more of the same questions. It's about the only response here. So it seems like what they're saying here, and boy is this a rough translation. It seems like what they're directly saying here is that the what they call ichi scenes, the not actually sex scenes, but or doja H scenes. I guess H does mean ichi, doesn't it? Seems like what they're saying is the sex scenes in Catherine full body are just not there and not included. I don't know if there's another version in which they were included per se, but
Time waits for no one.
yeah. So the response is not included, so either the ichi scenes are not included, or the lights covering up the ichi scenes are, the ecchi scenes are not included. There's a question in regards to the recent talk surrounding PS4. Are there any regulations? I want an honest answer. To everyone worried about that, we love it. Yeah, so this is an odd translation. Let's see. So yeah, that question and answer is just not being translated in any way that can mean anything at all. We'll just have to see what Catherine full body looks like on the PS4. If anything, I think in the long run it would be better if it did have to be censored on the PS4 and that caused some the controversy, so that then this whole censorship by Sony gets shouted down and Sony realizes that's not good for business and stops doing it. If Sony does very much what YouTube often does, which is we have one rule for the big successful games and then we have different rules for the small time games, then we'll run into a case of them being able to implement censorship with not as much outcry as there should be. And personally, I just am looking forward to games like Catherine Full Body, and I don't even know if Catherine 1 is on PC, but I'd like them both on PC. Although I'm not sure that you actually need the original game on PC, because Full Body seems like it's probably just a remaster of the original game. Next we have a game on Steam called No Crossing, which looks like it's a mouse shooter style game with some just random simplistic art assets. Almost like a clicker game, more interactive. This would be very RSI, like repetitive stress injury inducing, I think, pretty quickly. And it doesn't look that fun or that interesting.
What to do?
Let's see, spell damage +2. Battle cries, still looking to double him. Let's see. Each one 1 mana. Next we have a game on Steam called Montaro Ray, Montaro being a Japanese dog, I think, that is kind of famous. Seems like this is a pretty simplistic platformer game. It's rated very positively, so I'll put this on the follow list and we'll see. Looks like it would be interesting for a short amount of time if it's 99 cents. I wouldn't be surprised if this is actually a remaster of another Montaro game. But let's see. And yeah, a slight improvement. Okay. Spells. And this. And end of turn. Can't really do anything else. Though I could certainly do that. TechRaptor has an article. Big Ben acquires the publishing rights for Werewolf the Apocalypse Earthbound. So Big Ben Interactive will be making publishing rights of what I think is a tabletop game, and they're going to turn it into an action RPG. Yeah, there's really no other information right now. Okay. So, I'm gonna play this.
You to master.
And do this. And then do this. If I attack this, it should be fine. Yeah. And then the turn. Next we have a game on Steam called Poopy Philosophy, which looks like it's just a really dumb troll game. Like, it seems really, really stupid. Yeah. Yeah, this is a very low effort troll game, clearly. Not something that's worth owning. How much do they want for it? 99 cents? I'm not asking a lot, but still, that's way too much. Okay. Next turn is the turn I'd like to do this on. So let's play this, draw a card, and attack here. 5 damage, or draw a card. And then we'll end the turn there. See, this guy still has like 74 health though, so this guy's gonna step up his game.
Funnel cakes! Get your funnel cakes here!
And if he's not gonna step up his game, it's gonna be hard to win. Like, I've done everything to increase the spell damage. Okay. This.
You die now!
This. 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 And that. Play this.
Pay attention, class.
And whenever you cast a spell, get a 1/1 apprentice. Which I think I can do that and be fine. Oops. I screwed up. Oh man.
Time waits for no natural.
So, yeah, I'm paying a little bit more attention here because I'd like to win this. But also, let's cover the news. Next, we have a game on Steam called Color Chain, which looks like you're supposed to find a pattern of maybe slightly adjacent colors to chain them, because this doesn't really feel like you're going from just one color to all the color, not just sticking on yellow and ending on yellow. So that sounds slightly interesting as a puzzle game, so I'll keep it on the follow list and we'll see what happens.
Pay attention, class.
And here, here, here. This will give us 7, so I can't quite do that. Let's do this.
I'm ready to learn. I'm ready to learn.
Time waits for no one.
See, I can't play a card right now, so I'll have to hold on to that excess mana. TechRaptor has an article, Chroma Deluxe brings a little color to Nutaku. Nutaku being the sex game portal. So Chroma Deluxe Sexy Hinter Girls is the newest downloadable puzzle game. Yeah, and like most of these adult games, they don't look animated very well. They look like they're pretty low effort games. Which kind of explains like why most of them are not worth playing. TechRaptor has an article, Total War Arena shutting down in February, giving freebies to players. So yeah, you can get all these freebies for Total War Arena if you wanted to play or go back to playing it now, but in February it's just shutting down completely. Oh, wait. Players can choose between the following Total War related goodies. You can get Total War Medieval 2 Definitive Edition, Total War Rome 2 Hannibal at the Gates DLC, Total War Attila Age of Carmillion DLC, and Total War Warhammer Grim and Grave DLC. But I imagine there's something in that too that's not being mentioned. I don't think... Hey, I'm about to win. I don't think that this is a case of people who have never played the game before could jump into it and get this free award. I think it's more of a case of if you put some money into this free-to-play game, at some point you'll get a reward. There we go. Finally. Let's see. You're also getting 30 days premium time in either World of Tanks, World of Warships, or World of Warplanes, with 30 days common across all 3 titles. You'll need to have played 100 or more battles in Total War Arena, but that's still pretty swish. So, yeah, it's not for just new people. You maybe could jump into Total War Arena right now and get that. Oh, well, we got an epic. Can't complain about getting an epic on the Asian account. Better than nothing. You know, I don't have time for it, but I'm kind of ready for the new expansion to happen. And see, that epic was one I already had, so now I just have 1600 dust, which, okay. Where does that leave us on daily quests? 2 more druid cards, a paladin, a priest, and challenge a friend. Let's see if we can challenge a friend. This guy's doing Tavern Brawl. Let's see how far this guy is from winning. He just started. Let's see, when you're over here, can you spectate? No. You have to leave spectate mode. You can't just jump into spectate mode. It kind of is weird how the buttons change. And see, yeah, this guy's new too. So none of them are very close to winning or losing. Yeah, this guy's not anywhere close either. Alright, so let's see if we can play a game. I may have to do challenge a friend off screen. Meanwhile, Paladin and Priest, we can probably pull that one off. Control Priest. Gametsu has an article. NG is coming to the PlayStation 4 February 21st, 2019 in Japan. NG apparently is some kind of horror visual novel. Like, that's kind of all I have here. Yeah, it seems like it's kind of a horror adventure sort of visual novel game.
Light shall bring victory.
I'm seeing a lot of dark screenshots and it kind of a ghostly figure of blob. And that's kind of all I can see. Yeah, it's tagged horror experience and visual novel. Let's see, I don't want that one, or that one yet. Yeah,
Job's done.
I have an idea of what I'm supposed to do now. Next we have a game on Steam called Maya, M-A-I-A. It's mixed already. It looks like it's a top-down, like, twin-stick shooter style game. It says it's actually a strategy simulation game. Looks a little random, and seeing these mixed reviews, that's good enough for me. $24.99 is also an incredibly expensive price. Let's do this. And the turn. Gamatsu has an article. I Am the Hero launches November 27th for the PS4 and PS Vita. November 30th for the Switch. I Am the Hero looks like it's a beat 'em up style of game. Let's see. Yeah, I Am the Hero is a pixel art beat 'em up game, fighting game that tells the story of the hero. It doesn't look particularly interesting or well animated. Right.
I comply.
Next we have a game on Steam called Cubic Factory, which looks like it's an Infinifactory ripoff with some Roblox / Minecraft added on top of it. Yeah.
I must consider.
This is such a ripoff of an idea, and it's so generic and bland visually. Early access also. Like, I'm not even willing to give that one the time of day.
I comply.
There we go. Next we have a game on Steam called You Have 10 Seconds 3, which I feel like You Have 10 Seconds 1 and 2 came out in the last couple of weeks, or if not the same day. The idea of a WarioWare, you only have a short amount of time to figure out what to do and do it, is interesting, but then adding platforming to it kind of kills that interest for me. And this seems very generic visually and boring, and that flashing light that's happening right now is definitely distracting. Let's see. Heal. Double. Attack. In the turn. Next we have a game on Steam called Apollo 11 VR HD. It looks very polished, so I know it's a VR game, but apparently maybe you don't need VR to actually play it. Let's see. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it requires VR, so I'll put this on the follow list. It's probably not too much of an experience, frankly, but it's one of those VR games that will just probably sit on the follow list for a very long time. There we go. I think we only have a few more games to cover, which is good because this is going to turn into a 2-hour video otherwise. Next we have a game called Julie Sweets, which is just the standard cook serve delicious style of games. Like, still standing by my thought, if I don't want to play games where I'm doing somebody's job, that just does not appeal to me at all. So I'm not going to bother to put that on the follow list or think any more about it. Next we have a game on Steam called Space Tycoon, which looks like it's a space game that's early access. That's also a Chinese game, which makes me kind of suspicious about its quality or its length and its translation. I'm not a big fan of space games anyways, so it's pretty easy to remove that. I could silence all minions, or I could do 2 damage to all minions. This would kill me if I did this. I don't see a real reason to do that.
Bring the pain.
Oh, that was a mistake. Well, whatever. Gamatsu has an article. Kodakawa Games announces a strategy RPG called Project Europa for smartphones. Probably only coming to Japan to start off with. Like, we'll get more information when that's actually ready to be released. Gamatsu has another article. Root Letter, the horror visual novel, I believe, is getting a Hollywood movie made by Akatsusuki Entertainment USA. So, honestly, I have a lot more faith in something like that than any of the other video game to movie games that have existed. Like, because that kind of makes sense. That a horror story can be translated pretty easily. Let's see. The project is in initial stages with the script still being written. It promises to remake the mystery elements of the game with an emphasis on reality. I haven't played Root Letter, so that might be an interesting reason for me to go and play Root Letter before the movie comes out. But honestly, if it's an early production, it could never come out of early production, or it could come out in theaters or direct to DVD like 10 years from now. So until you have a firm release date, you're kind of not doing anything.
I don't need any of you.
This. And let's see.
I don't need any.
There we go. Next we have a game on Steam called Equinox, which looks like it's a simulation flower planting style game, which looks pretty just kind of random, click to wait style of gameplay. Yeah, I don't think this is an actually fun experience from what I'm guessing it actually is. Let's see if this developer's made anything else. No, they haven't. It's rated very positively, so maybe I'll give it a follow. Maybe you create your own ecosystem, planting plants, and then animals show up. And then, is it kind of like a Pokemon idea? You see things grow.
Is someone injured?
And how do I want to play this? Yeah, it doesn't seem like anything happens after you get this ecosystem going. It just seems like it keeps on going. Yeah, my first thought was the right thought. Looks boring. Next we have a game on Steam called V-Range. I'm moving a little slower now. A virtual VR, like, gun range. It would kind of make sense, I guess, if you wanted to shoot guns, but you didn't want to shoot guns at people, and you afforded VR, could afford VR, and you want to spend $13.50. But honestly, this is more of a concept that should be by default in any VR shooter game that then goes on to have a storyline and some actual enemies to shoot, whether it's zombies or something else. Like, if you're that squeamish about shooting virtual characters, you're probably also going to be squeamish about shooting guns in general. So yeah, it doesn't feel like that's something that's worth focusing on. Let's see.
Right away.
Quickly.
So yeah, I don't think V-Range needs to be on the fall list. Next we have a game on Steam called SAMS, S-A-M-S, which looks like it's a side-scrolling shooting game that doesn't really interest me. Yeah, there's really nothing here, although I kind of do like the art style. It just seems simplistic and not my type of game. Early access for $4.19. Yeah. Okay. Do I have something I can do here? If you're holding a dragon, which I'm not, so let's play this. Let's do this. Let's do this.
Instead of cards.
Let's do this.
Let the pain speak to me.
Let's do this.
I'm out of cards.
And heal here. And end the turn. If only I had Mechathune in this deck, I could potentially win. Next we have a game called Ancient Frontiers Steel Shadows Beta, which looks like another space game, strategy game. Looks uninteresting. It's free, I guess, but it's a beta. So yeah, that's not making it to the list. Next we have a game called Das Geistershift, which would be some kind of ghost walker or something. This looks like a game that you would have played in Virtual Boy. It really looks like just a Virtual Boy game. It's a cyberpunk dungeon crawler, it seems. Oh, not Ghost. Geist. Yeah. It's a mech. It's a mech dungeon crawler game. Yeah. Well, despite the fact that I'm probably one of the 3 people in the world that have nostalgia of playing the actual Virtual Boy, that's still not good enough for me to want to play it. Let's see. just gonna play all these cards. Just for the fun of it, I suppose. Next we have a game on Steam called And You're There Too, which looks like it's just going through the solar system, flying around with some lines of dialogue. It's probably designed to be inspiring, but it probably is also just some random text. VR, and it's free. It doesn't look good enough quality, though, that I'd actually put it on the list. Alright, let's come back and see. Is anybody still doing Tavern Brawl things? See, the problem with playing a game and when you need to challenge a friend is that everybody else will be playing too, or they're quitting immediately. So you can really never challenge a friend. Let's see. Oh, see, he just immediately went back into the brawl. So you really can't ever get it done. That was Priest we tried to play. Let's try Paladin. Actually, let's play casual Paladin. This should be the last game unless I just messed up terribly. And then I'll just do the rest offline. We have this game called iMaze.exe, which is a very basic maze generator one-screen Unity game. Clearly not anything special, even for 59 cents. Still not quality enough to really be purchased.
I will fight with honor.
Let's go ahead and trade this. And I think we could probably trade that. Gamatsu has an article. Square Enix trademarks Parasite Eve in Europe. Is it possible that there's something new on the way as far as Parasite Eve? A remake of Parasite Eve would do very well, I think. A continuation of Parasite Eve, not as much, because you kind of need a remake, reboot, remaster. It's too old of a game. The first entry in the RPG franchise launched on the PlayStation in 1998, so you're talking 20 years ago. Like, so you really can't just do a 20-year anniversary remaster on that. But there is also thought that the Parasite Eve might be coming out as a movie. Let's see. The second game came out in 1999 on the PlayStation, and then a third game titled The Third Birthday launched for the PSP in 2010. So yeah, you kind of need a rough reboot there.
Access denied.
Incredible.
If you are gonna do something with Parasite Eve, which would be nice. Like a reboot would be cool. It being an RPG though, and kind of JRPG at that, there is this question about, well, that puts it in the list of JRPGs I haven't played yet, so do I want to play a Parasite Eve remake, or do I want to play the most recent Dragon Quest, or the most recent Final Fantasy game? So yeah, there's still a lot of questions that would have to be thought through.
Reporting for duty.
Well, I just had a terrible thought. Right now there's a tab on to the right of where I am on my Chrome browser that looks like something I don't recognize. It looks kind of like a movie clapboard. And I just thought to myself, maybe, just maybe, that's a notification to recover a bunch more tabs. And so instead of the 6 tabs that I have left, maybe I have like 56 more tabs. Well, if that's the case, we'll cover it on Friday. I think we've gone long enough here today, and we started late, and it's nearly 2 in the morning. Although I'm probably still going to do some work until 3 or 4 or even 6 in the morning. I've got scheduling I need to do. Moving on to the news, Gematsu has an article, 20th Century Fox trademarks Alien Blackout for the use with video games, with an update. So let's see what the update is. The Twitter accounts at Alien Blackout and Alien_Blackout have been discovered. Both were created in September. So if a game is in development called Alien Blackout, I imagine it might be connected to an Alien movie that they're in the middle of developing too. So it probably takes less time to develop a movie than it does to develop a video game. So yeah. But it doesn't seem like that's a bad thing, certainly. Sounds like a cool idea, sounds like a good move. Next we have a game on Steam called Cute quote parentheses hard puzzles. It's tagged with sexual content, so I won't show it. It looks like it's a very basic, not hard puzzles at all game with some anime girls in the background that probably weren't licensed, if I was to guess. It looks like this is probably just the game Blackout, where you click on a box and the boxes around it flip from being lit up to not being lit up. Yep. And again, we're hitting this point where the low effort, bad anime games are kind of not are getting free reign and free release on Steam, but then you're not seeing any good or visual novel, even mediocre sex games coming out, or anime games coming out. So it seems like some things get flagged and then the very low effort ones aren't getting flagged or looked at, and I don't know why. Maybe they get looked at and then they just get approved because they don't care. Or maybe the low effort ones are lying about the content in their games and everybody else is being honest. That wouldn't surprise me.
Stored energy.
Next we have a game called The Haunted Island, a frog detective game. I think I've already covered this. It's rated very positively. It looks like it might be a troll game, but it's good enough now at least to put on a follow list based on the reviews. So that'll go. I may have missed the Borderlands, the pre-sequel code for turkey heads, which I suppose is not a big deal. I haven't gotten around to installing Borderlands pre-sequel because it's too big to have both that and Borderlands 2 installed. And I need to get back to playing Borderlands 2. Next we have a game on Steam called The Experiment Escape Room. I think this is a game I saw some people playing. And if it isn't, it looks good enough at least to be on the follow list. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it requires any kind of VR stuff, even though it seems like it's included. There we go. Can we challenge a friend? Let's see if he'll accept. Please accept, please accept. I said that was going to be the last game, but we'll play one more. What do I need to win with? I'm gonna just choose Warrior and hope that's what I need to play. Probably not gonna win anyways, but whatever. We have this game on Steam called Neon Code, which looks cyberpunk and looks polished enough to dissolve being on this.
For Doomhammer.
The guy typed in good in English on the chat. The guy I'm challenging, but that's probably it. And now I'm on the Humble Bundle site, so let's see. There's a Humble Bundle board games bundle. Let's look at what that is. Let's see if these are video games or actual board games. Humble Bundle was giving away a game, and they gave it away only through their own like DRM free service. They didn't give it away via Steam key. And so I'm kind of wondering if Humble Bundle is getting away from giving away Steam keys. If that's the case, then I'm gonna stop talking about Humble Bundle. Like, I feel like I've already kind of shilled and hyped them up a lot already. See, there's a Best of Stardock, but Stardock is not any games. It's a bunch of applications that most people wouldn't need. The window manipulation applications. Let's see, there's a new comics bundle. Yeah, the Jumbo 12 bundle looks like it's really the only games bundle on Steam still. I suppose the autumn sale for Steam is over. I didn't buy anything, but I do think I will be spending some money in December during that sale, unless that sale also just has like no reason to exist. If it's not giving me trading cards and badges, I may only spend a small amount of money. After the December sale for Steam, I don't think that there's really anything else there's any kind of sale for a while. So yeah, the Jumbo 12 bundle, you get Pinstripe, Super House of the Dead Ninjas, Super House of the Dead Ninjas, the Ninja Pack, and Rise of Shine for $1 or more. And those are still Steam codes. If you pay more than the average of $5.13, you get Project High Rise, Construction Simulator 2015, and Battle Chef Brigade. Which the fact that that is still $5.13 tells me that this deal has not been embraced very much. It's probably, if I was to guess, because of it just being too close to the release of so many other games. If you pay $10 or more, you get the mixed reviewed Dirt 4 and Oriental Empires. I think I probably will take the $5.13 deal. This bundle has 5 more days for me to consider that. And that puts me on Steam. And let's see. So Steam then had 14, I'm on Twitter. Twitter had 14 new tweets. Let's see how many of those those tweets have anything to do with the game. Let's see. TechRaptor has an article here. Nintendo denies Skyward Sword speculation. This was pretty much a joke, even when it happened. That everybody with half of a realistic brain in their head knew it was a joke that the Skyward Sword was coming to the Switch. It could come to the Switch, certainly, and it might come to the Switch eventually, but it's not coming to the Switch right now. It's not on the tables. Like, a lot of the old Nintendo games could come to the Switch and help build up that platform a lot more. Particularly if people are nostalgic to play old Wii games, or maybe Wii U games that they never played. Gematsu has an article, Path of Exile for PS4 delayed to February 2019. We don't really have to read that whole article. We get the gist of it. I need to play because this guy is playing me. And I retweeted the Plague Inc. because they apparently have a new game coming out. Endemic Creations, or is I believe the name of it. Yeah, Endemic Creations. They've got a new game coming out, which might be cool. Like, it'd be interesting to see them do something very, very different instead of just a slightly varied version of Plague Inc. Let's see. Go ahead and do that. And that. Then end the turn. So the only game that came out between when I started at 8 p.m. and now at 2 in the morning Central Time was this game called Rail World. Games typically don't come out during the night. This game, Rail World, looks too much like a cell phone game to be put on the wish list. It's just got way too many currencies and buttons on the screen. Yeah. So yeah, that's not making it to the list. Which also puts me in an interesting position because now I'm just kind of done. Guess we could double check Twitch and see what the latest Twitch Prime deal might be. So, I have this video on Twitch that has been processing for weeks and weeks. It's never going to stop processing. Let's see if you... Apparently there's a claim offer here. Pre-order between now and December 2nd and get 500 bits if you pre-order Kingdom Hearts 3, and it seems like you could just click claim offer there and the button would just automatically pre-order the game. Like, I don't want to click the claim offer button just on the case of accidentally pre-ordering Kingdom Hearts 3, which is definitely not what I'd want to have happen. And that's like the only Twitch Prime thing. It feels like Twitch Prime in particular has gotten pretty bad as far as what it offers. It's not a really good deal anymore. So that leaves us with no more news. And so we're caught up for Friday. We just have to inherently not screw up. Let's see.
Mushroom power!
Like, I don't even have to win here, so I could just let... We just need to play out this game. And yeah, as long as I can wake up at a more reasonable time Friday, we should be good for that stream. I'm more concerned now about finding enough time and focusing my time specifically to scheduling videos and getting back to recording Borderlands 2. I have all that DLC I want to cover. It's been quite a while, so any little frustrations I may have had with Borderlands 2, it may all come flooding back immediately, but it also very possibly won't. Let's just do that.
Light the fuses!
And yeah, as soon as like December happens, I think it really is just going to be Hearthstone and Borderlands 2. And I'll probably try to squeeze in some kind of point and click. It's been a long time for me since I played a point and click, but that'll be the third time slot and that comes out, and that's probably how it's going to be. I'm going to try and stick to that for all of 2019. Is just like some game and then a AAA game and then Hearthstone. And that's it. And it maybe it's a point and click game that will be in that some game slot. Maybe it's a AA game that will be in that slot. But yeah, I think that's how it needs to be. I'm kind of surprised that anybody even came on the chat and chatted, even though it was earlier. I could concede at this point, but might as well just play. This guy might have a daily quest that he's trying to accomplish in the process, so I might as well help him. It's not video game related, but I can report back that I've now been using my new thermostat, the Ecobee 3 Lite, with 2 room remote sensors for a couple of days, and I can say that the Ecobee seems to be missing a lot of auto set features that the Nest does, but it also seems to be a bit better about just generally figuring out the right temperature and making it comfortable in my house. The room remote sensors do a very good job to recognize that, hey, the room I'm in where I'm streaming and my computer is running is like 5 degrees more than any of the other rooms in my house. So let's average that out and work towards cooling that room specifically, which the room I'm in happens to be at the very end of the air conditioner line as far as the vents go. So with the 2 room sensors and the sensor on the wall, it averages those 3 together. Really the only thing I'm kind of missing is daily reports on usage. It seems like it only builds monthly reports on usage, which is not helpful, particularly when you're trying to adjust things. But I have noticed that there are some internal settings that you can adjust a little bit closer and make a few more micromanagement probably bad decisions by changing them from their default settings. Like the Ecobee doesn't allow you to adjust by half temperatures, but it does allow you to it does censor at half degree temperatures. so it will wait a little bit. It'll turn on a little bit faster, which is probably better for the experience. Generally speaking, though, if you have a new house, mine is particularly old, I would say a Nest, and mine was a Nest Generation 1, so maybe the newer generations are better. Like, I think a Nest would be easier and better for most people, particularly if you don't want to mess with setting it up too much. But the Ecobee 3 is better for people who have bad older houses with bad AC vents. Like, I suspect my AC vent is very much clogged. But then there's also problems. If you get a Nest thermostat, you're paying like $250, and you're paying probably the same amount, if not a little bit more, for an Ecobee 3 Lite and 2 room sensors. If you get the Ecobee 4, you get the functionality of an Alexa inside of your thermostat, which is not something I particularly even wanted, so that's why I didn't get it. But it does make some sense to have some more voice activation in some of these simplistic devices, and so they're starting to put voice activation in thermostats and smoke detectors, which is something, certainly. A new game just came out called Unidentified on Steam. It's pretty much an asset flip, dark screenshot game. Like, yeah, not something that would actually make it to the wish list. I don't think there was really anything else too exciting that I purchased during Black Friday, Cyber Monday. There was definitely a couple of things I was looking to purchase. I'm still trying to find a Gigabyte 1080 or 1080 GTX video card on a decent sale. I probably could afford to buy a bigger SSD at some point. I looked at my SSD and I've written over like 32 terabytes of data to it just because of all the video I've recorded and uploaded. So yeah, that probably is a rough estimate of how many videos are on YouTube, of mine particularly. So yeah, if I tried to download all of that, it would be a mess. It would probably be at least 20 terabytes, and I only have 20 terabytes of free space. I don't think anybody really does. So yeah, a backup replacement hard drive would be very useful to perhaps move my operating system over without reinstalling everything. Looks like I'm gonna lose here, but that's fine. That's all I needed to do. You really gonna play Shutterwalk? Just take the victory.
My jaws that bite, my claws that catch. My jaws that bite, my claws that catch. My jaws that bite, my claws that catch. My jaws that my claws.
Come on, just take the victory. I don't feel like you really needed to do that, but whatever. Right. Okay. And that leaves us with 2 Druid or Rogue victories we'll need to do next, this Friday. We're in a really good position as soon as that new expansion comes out, I think. So if I go into crafting mode, the new expansion is still not visible here. But I wouldn't be surprised if it was next week. We haven't been to the shop in a while. Let's see. And he said good game. Packs openable before December 31st. So we kind of know that this Razathan's Rumble is going to be before December 31st. I bet it's not the week of Christmas. I bet it's a week before Christmas. But boy, do I have better things I could do with $50 than buy cards. Anyways, that's going to be it for this recording. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos because that helps me with YouTube and tells them that my videos are worth watching. If you want to friend or follow me on Facebook, Twitter, Tumblr, Google+, Steam, or Battle.net, all of those links are down below. Google+ is probably going away pretty quickly though. But don't delete your Google Plus accounts because a YouTuber did that and accidentally deleted his entire channel I saw on Reddit. Which is a good warning, but I mean inherently I don't think I would do anything. I'd just leave it and let YouTube decide what they're gonna do with it, or Google decide what they're gonna do with it. If you want to support me, which would be greatly appreciated, there are links down below for Patreon or for friending me on Steam and buying me a game off my wishlist. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.